Hello. Hi, people. How's everybody doing? Hi, Sprig. Hi, you just fucking got here. Stretch. Welcome, welcome. Uh, yeah. So, y'all are weird. Excessively so. Should have done the hydrate. Listen, I'm gonna do them in whatever order I feel like, Sprig. Like, the order you redeem them is irrelevant. So today is the day of the 250 follower, or threads, as I call you fuckers. Uh, may not be relevant. My brain tells me other things. That's fair. Um, I'm going to try to stay at this volume the entire time. I feel like this is soft enough for this purpose. There's more Backstreet Boys, yes. So this one goes out to you. We're standing strong 'cause of what you done. And this one goes out to you. Let me have my 90s. But yeah. So I do go because ASMR is my forte. Well, that's fine, Sprig. Thank you for stopping by. It's not mine either. It's why this is a punishment. But I do like reading, and I like sharing things I like. So we're gonna read books that I like. I will never do fucking some of the other shit that you see on Twitch. All right, have a good day, Spring. All right. Yeah, I got nothing. Y'all did this. Y'all caused this. This is on you. If the internet dies tonight, it's your fault. Um, Make sure everybody has their tinnitus drops, headphones, earplugs, anything that will cease auditory functioning. Oh, I need to turn off the music first. Oh yeah, we are going to be reading The Martian by Andy Weir, which, if you haven't read it, is a phenomenal novel. The movie The Martian with Matt Damon is also absolutely phenomenal. The book is better. This is one of those rare instances where I don't care which one I get because they're both great. Um, they made really good decisions with the movie as far as what to cut and what not to cut, with the exception of one thing. Um, they cut pirate ninjas from the movie, which I was very sad about. The pirate ninjas were very nice, and they cut it, which was unfortunate. But movie, much different from book. But yeah, uh, we're going to sit here. We're going to chill out. I'm going to read to y'all because y'all are just fucking weird. All right. Oh, did Riley fall back asleep? So if anybody is there, let me know if the audio is good. I can't tell from my end. I think my voice should be about the same level as the thunder when the thunder goes off. Ish. Turn that down just a hair. But yeah. Welcome. Welcome, welcome everybody. This is The Martian, the Andy Weir. And you're making me read it for some stupid ass reason instead of doing it yourselves. I'm gonna make fun of y'all the entire time. I hope you know this. Feels weird talking to a group of grown fucking adults and reading them a book. Ooh, thunder. Not really into ASMR, but I'll stick around. Oh, hi, RG. Listen, neither am I, but I figured if I'm going to do this, I'm going to be comfy, and one of my favorite, like, de-stress things to do is to just sit and watch a thunderstorm out the window while reading a book. So I figured that's what I do. I prefer cheesecake, but I don't have cheesecake. So we're gonna just continue on without cheesecake. Which is a sad existence. But The Martian, Chapter 1. I didn't get the cheesecake. No, I was out and about and I didn't stop cheesecake because I was just done with humanity. Oh, yeah, we should probably try to rake up Riley again. One moment, peeps. Alright, you crazy nut jobs. The Martian, Chapter 1. Log entry, Sol 6. For those that aren't aware, Sol is a Martian day. It is not called a day as it is on Earth. It is called a Sol. I'm pretty much fucked. That is my considered opinion. Fucked. 6 days into what should be the greatest month of my life, and it's turned into a nightmare. I don't even know who will read this. I guess someone will find it eventually, maybe 100 years from now. For the record, I didn't die on Sol 6. Certainly, the rest of the crew thought I did, and I can't blame them. Maybe there'll be a day of national mourning for me, and my Wikipedia page will say Mark Watney is the only human being to have died on Mars. And it'll be right, probably. Because I'll surely die here. Just not on Sol 6 when everybody thinks I did. Let's see, where do I begin? The Ares program. Mankind reaching out to Mars to send people to another planet for the very first time and expand the horizons of humanity, blah, blah, blah. The Ares 1 crew did their thing and came back heroes. They got the parades and fame and the love of the world. Ares 2 did the same thing in a different location on Mars. They got a firm handshake and a hot cup of coffee when they got home. Ares 3, well, that was my mission. Okay, not mine per se. Commander Lewis was in charge. I was just one of her crew. Actually, I was the very lowest ranked member of the crew. I would only be in command of the mission if I were the only remaining person. What do you know? I'm in command. I wonder if this log will be recovered before the rest of the crew die of old age. I presume they got back to Earth all right. Guys, if you're reading this, it wasn't your fault. You did what you had to do. In your position, I would have done the same thing. I don't blame you, and I'm glad you survived. I guess I should explain how Mars missions work for any laymen who may be reading this. We got to Earth orbit the normal way, through an ordinary ship to the Hermes. All Ares missions use Hermes to get to and from Mars. It's really big, and it cost a lot, so NASA only built one of them. Once we got to Hermes, 4 additional unmanned missions brought us fuel and supplies while we prepared for our trip. Once everything was a go, we set out for Mars, but not very fast. Gone are the days of heavy chemical fuel burns and trans-Mars injection orbits. Hermes is powered by ion engines. They throw argon out the back of the ship really fast to get a tiny amount of acceleration. The thing is, it doesn't take much reactant mass, so a little argon, and a nuclear reactor to power things, let us accelerate constantly the whole way there. You'd be amazed at how fast you can get going with a tiny acceleration over a long period of time. I would regale you with tales of how we had great fun on the trip, but I won't. I don't feel like reliving it right now. Suffice it to say, we got to Mars 124 days later without strangling each other. From there, we took the MDV, Mars Descent Vehicle, for those outside of the know, to the surface. The MDV is basically a big can with some light thrusters and parachutes attached. Its sole purpose is to get 6 humans from Mars orbit to the surface without killing any of them. And now we come to the real trick of Mars exploration. Having all of our shit there in advance. A total of 14 unmanned missions deposited everything we would need for surface operations. They tried their best to land all the supply vessels in the same general area and did a reasonably good job. Supplies aren't nearly so fragile as humans and can hit the ground really hard. But they tend to bounce around a lot. Naturally, they didn't send us to Mars until they confirmed all the supplies had made it to the surface and their containers weren't breached. Start to finish, including supply missions, a Mars mission takes about 3 years. In fact, there were Ares 3 supplies en route to Mars, while the Ares 2 crew were on their way home. The most important piece of the advanced supplies, of course, was the MAV, the Mars Ascent Vehicle. That was how we would get back to Hermes after surface operations were completed. The MAV was soft landed, as opposed to the balloon bounce fest the other supplies had. Of course, it was in constant communication with Houston, and if there had been any problems with it, we would have passed by Mars and gone home without ever landing. The MAV is pretty cool. Turns out, through a neat set of chemical reactions with the Martian atmosphere, for every kilogram of hydrogen you bring to Mars, you can make 13 kilograms of fuel. It's a slow process. It takes 24 months to fill the tank, and that's why it was sent long before we got here. You can imagine how disappointed I was when I discovered the MAV was gone. It was a ridiculous sequence of events that led to me almost dying, and an even more ridiculous sequence that led to me surviving. The mission is designed to handle sandstorm gusts up to 150 kilometers per hour. So Houston got understandably nervous when we got whacked with a 175 kilometer an hour set of winds. We all got in our flight suits and huddled in the middle of the hab just in case it lost pressure. But the hab isn't the problem. The MAV is a spaceship. It's got a lot of delicate parts, and it can put up with storms to a certain extent. But it can't just get sandblasted forever. After an hour and a half of sustained wind, NASA gave the order to abort the mission. Nobody wanted to stop a month-long mission after only 6 days, but if the MAV took any punishment, we'd have all gotten stranded down here. We had to go out in the storm to get from Hab to MAV. That was going to be risky. But what choice did we have? Everyone made it, but me. Our main communications dish, which relayed signals from Hab to Hermes, acted like a parachute, getting torn from its foundation and carried with the torrent. Along the way, it crashed through the reception antenna array. Then one of those long, thin antennas slammed into me end first. It tore through my suit like a bullet through butter, and I felt the worst pain of my life as it ripped open my side. I vaguely remember having the wind knocked out of me, or pulled out of me, technically, and my ears popped painfully as the pressure of my suit escaped. The last thing I remember was seeing Johansson hopelessly reaching out towards me. I awoke to the oxygen alarm in my suit, a steady, obnoxious beeping that eventually roused me from a deep and profound desire to just fucking die. The storm had abated. I was face down, almost totally buried in sand. As I groggily came to, I wondered, why wasn't I more dead? The antenna had enough force to punch through my suit and my side, but it had been stopped by my pelvis. So there was only one hole in the suit. Oh, and a hole in me, of course. I had been knocked back quite a ways and rolled down a steep hill. Somehow, I landed face down, which forced the antenna to a strongly oblique angle that put a lot of torque on the hole in the suit, and it made a weak seal. Then the copious blood from my wound trickled towards the hole. As the blood reached the side of the breach, the water in it quickly evaporated from the airflow and low pressure, leaving a gunky residue behind. More blood came in behind it and was also reduced to gunk. Eventually, it sealed the gaps around the hole and reduced the leak to something the suit could actually counteract. Now, the suit did its job admirably. Sensing the drop in pressure, it constantly flooded itself with air from my nitrogen tank to equalize. Once the leak became manageable, it only had to trickle a new air in slowly to relieve the air that was lost. After a while, the CO2, carbon dioxide, absorbers in the suit were expended. That's really the limiting factor to life support. Not the amount of oxygen you bring with you, but the amount of CO2 that you can remove. In the hab, I have the oxygenator, a large piece of equipment that breaks apart CO2 to give oxygen back. But in the spacesuits, it has to be portable, so they use simple chemical absorption with expendable filters. But I had been asleep long enough that my filters were useless. The suit saw this problem and moved into an emergency mode the engineers called bloodletting. Having no way to separate out the CO2, the suit deliberately vented the air into the atmosphere and then filled it back in with nitrogen. Between the breach and the bloodletting, it quickly ran out of nitrogen, and all it had left was my oxygen tank. So it did the only thing it could to keep me alive. It started backfilling with pure oxygen. I now risked dying from oxygen toxicity, as the excessively high amount of oxygen threatened to burn my nervous system, my lungs, and my eyes. An ironic death for someone with a leaky spacesuit. Too much oxygen. Every step of the way would have been beeping alarms, alerts, and warnings. But it was the high oxygen warning that awoke me. The sheer volume of training for a space mission is astounding. I spent a week back on Earth practicing emergency suit drills. I knew what to do. Carefully reaching to the side of my helmet, I got the breach kit. It's nothing more than a funnel with a valve at the end and an unbelievably sticky resin on the wide side. The idea is you have the valve open and stick the wide end over the hole, and the air can escape through the valve so it doesn't interfere with the resin, making a good seal. Then you close the valve, and boom, you sealed the breach. Now the tricky part is getting the antenna out of the way. I pulled it out as fast as I could, wincing as the sudden pressure drop dizzied me and made the wound in my side scream in agony. I got the breach kit over the hole and sealed it. It held. The suit backfilled the missing air with yet more oxygen. Checking my arm readouts, I saw that the suit was now at 85% oxygen. For reference, for those of you that need it, Earth's atmosphere is about 21%. I'd be okay as long as I didn't spend too much time here. So I stumbled up the hill back towards the hab. As I crested the rise, I saw something that made me very happy and something that made me very sad. The hab was intact. Yay! The MAV was gone. Boo. Right at that moment, I knew I was screwed. But I didn't want to just die out on the surface. So I limped back to the hab, fumbled my way into an airlock. As soon as it equalized, I threw off my helmet. Once inside the hab, I doffed the suit. I got my first good look at my injury. It would need stitches. Fortunately, all of us had been trained in basic medical procedures, and the Hab had excellent medical supplies. Well, what do you think? Should I stop for the ad break? I should probably stop for the ad break. It'll give me a chance to listen, I think. Chat's buzzing with the rumble of thunder and the rare ASMR curiosity of RG. Despite not being a regular whisper watcher, they're here for the cozy vibes. Plus, there's a collective gasp over the tragic cheesecake oversight. Oh, the humanity indeed. Hashtag Cheesecake Gate. Frosty is absolutely phenomenal. I love Frosty. I got one more bottle of water and two more monsters. We got. And we've made it to page 8. $435. Well, to be fair, it's like a 6-7 inch by 5 inch book. It's not like a full, like, notebook size book. It's like the size of my. I have no idea what that is. No. I mean, I know it exists. I got that. I know that. Oh, welcome back from the ads. Give me one moment. I'm gonna try to get. Oh. Alright. Can y'all see me? Yeah, you can. Ish. Can y'all hear me? There we go. That should probably be better. Sorry. Noises. See, the issue is that I want to be comfy, but I also need to read. And me being comfy means there's no lights in my room except for the computer. Yeah. Anyway. I have had excellent medical supplies. A quick shot of local anesthetic. Irrigate the wound. 9 stitches, and I was done. I'd be taking antibiotics for a couple of weeks, but other than that, I'd be fine. I knew it was hopeless, but I tried firing up the communications array. No signal, of course. The primary satellite dish had broken off, remember? And it took the reception antenna with it. Now, the HAB had secondary and tertiary communications. but they were both for just talking with the MAV, which would then use its much more powerful systems to relay to Hermes. Thing is, that only works if the MAV is still around. I had no way to talk to Hermes. In time, I could locate the dish on the surface, but it would take weeks for me to rig repairs, and that would be too late. In an abort, Hermes would leave orbit in about 24 hours. The orbital dynamics made the trip safer and shorter the earlier he left, so why wait? Checking out my suit, I saw the antenna had plowed through my biomonitor computer. Thank you for the lurk, Greek Sal. Welcome in, dear. When on an EVA, all the crew suits are networked so that we can see each other's status. The rest of the crew would have seen the pressure in my suit drop to nearly zero, followed immediately by my biosigns going flat. Added to that, watching me tumble down a hill with a spear through me in the middle of a sandstorm. Yeah, they thought I was dead. How could they not? They may have even had a brief discussion about recovering my body, but regulations are clear. In the event a crewman dies on Mars, he stays on Mars. Leaving his body behind reduces the weight for the MAV on the trip back. That means more disposable fuel and a larger margin of error for the return thrust. No point in giving that up for sentimentality. So, that's the situation. I'm stranded on Mars. I have no way to communicate with Hermes or Earth. Everyone thinks I'm dead. I'm in a hab designed to last 31 days. Now, if the oxygenator breaks down, I'll suffocate. If the water reclaimer breaks down, I'll die of thirst. If the hab breaches, I'll just kind of explode. If none of those things happen, I'll eventually run out of food and starve to death. So yeah, I'm fucked. Chapter 2. Log Entry, Soul 7. I feel like I'm the AI in a sci-fi game, just reading you journal entries. Like, that's what this feels like. Oh my god, I'm close. Log entry, Soul 7. Okay, I've had a good night's sleep, and things don't seem as hopeless as they did yesterday. Today, I took stock of supplies and did a quick EVA to check up on the external equipment. Here's my situation. The surface mission was supposed to be 31 days. For redundancy, supply probes had enough food to last the whole crew 56 days. That way, if one or two probes had problems, we'd still have enough food to complete our mission. We were 6 days in when all hell broke loose. So that leaves enough food to feed 6 people for 50 days. I'm just one guy, so it'll last me 300 days. And that's if I don't ration it. So, I've got a fair bit of time. I'm pretty flush on EVA suits. Each crew member had 2 spacesuits, a flight suit to wear during descent and ascent, and the much bulkier and more robust EVA suit to wear when doing surface operations. My flight suit has a hole in it, And of course, the crew was wearing the other 5 when they returned to Hermes. But all 6 EVA suits are still here and in perfect condition. The Hab stood up to the storm without any problems. Outside, things aren't so rosy. I can't find the satellite dish. Probably got blown kilometers away. The MAV is gone, of course. My crewmates took it up to Hermes. Though the bottom half, the landing stage, is still there. No reason to take that back up when weight is your enemy. It includes the landing gear, the fuel plant, and anything else NASA figured wouldn't be needed for the trip back. The MDV is on its side and there's a breach in the hull. Looks like the storm ripped the cowling off the reserve chute, which we didn't have to use on the landing. Once the chute was exposed, it dragged the MDV all over the place, smashing it against every rock in the area. Not that the MDV would be much use to me, its thrusters can't even lift its own weight, but it might have valuable for parts. Now, both of the rovers we have are half buried in the sand, but they're in good shape otherwise. The pressure seals are intact, and makes sense. Operating procedure when a storm hits is to stop motion and wait for the storm to pass. They're made to stand up to punishment. I was able to dig them out within a day or so of work. I've lost communication with the weather station placed a kilometer away from the Hab in 4 directions. They might be in perfect working order for all I know. The Hab's communications are so weak right now, it probably can't even reach a kilometer. The solar array was covered in sand, rendering it useless. Hint: solar cells need sunlight to make power. Weird. But once I swept the cells off, they returned to their full efficiency. Whatever I end up doing, I'll have plenty of power for 200 square meters of solar cells with hydrogen fuel cells to store plenty of reserve. All I need to do is sweep them off every few days. Things indoors are great, thanks to the Hab's sturdy design. I ran a full diagnostic on the oxygenator twice. It's perfect. If anything goes wrong with it, there's a short-term spare I can use, but it's solely for emergency use while repairing the main one. The spare doesn't actually pull the CO2 apart and recapture the oxygen. It just absorbs CO2 the same way the spacesuits do. It's intended to last 5 days before it saturates the filters, which means 30 days for me. You know, just because there's only 1 person breathing now instead of 6. So there's some insurance there. The water reclaimer's working fine too. The bad news is there's no backup. So if it stops working, I'll be drinking the reserve water while I rig up a primitive distillery to boil piss. Also, I'll lose half a liter of water per day due to breathing until the humidity in the Hab reaches maximum and water starts condensing on every surface. Then, I'll just be licking the walls. Yay! Anyway, for now, no problems with the water reclaimer. So yeah, food, water, shelter, it's all taken care of. I'm going to start rationing food right now. Meals are pretty minimal already, but I think I can eat 3/4 of a portion per meal and still be alright. That should turn my 300 days of food into 400. Foraging around the medical area, I found the main bottle of vitamins, and there's enough multivitamins here to last years, so I won't have any nutritional problems. Though, I'll still starve to death when I'm out of food, no matter how many vitamins I take. The medical area has morphine for emergencies, and there's enough for a lethal dose, so I'm not going to slowly starve to death. I can tell you that right now. If I get to that point, I'll take an easier way out. Everyone on the mission had two specialties. I'm a botanist and mechanical engineer. Basically, the mission's fix-it man who played with plants. The mechanical engineering might just save my life if something breaks. Now I've been thinking about how to survive this. It's not completely hopeless. There will be humans back on Mars in about 4 years when Ares 4 arrives. Assuming they don't cancel the program in wake of my death. Ares 4 will be landing in the Schiaparelli crater, which is about 3,200 kilometers away from my location here in Sedalia Planitia. No way for me to get there on my own, but if I could communicate, I might be able to get a rescue. Not sure how they'd manage that with the resources on hand, but NASA has a lot of smart people. So that's my mission now. Find a way to communicate with Earth. If I can't manage that, find a way to communicate with Hermes when it returns in 4 years with the Ares 4 crew. Of course, I don't have any plan for surviving 4 years on 1 year of food. But one thing at a time. For now, I'm well fed and have a purpose. To fix the goddamn world. Log entry, Sol 10. Well, I've done 3 EVAs, and I haven't found any hint of the communication dish. I dug out one of the rovers and had a good drive. But after 4 days of wandering, I think it's just time to give up. The storm probably blew the dish far away and then erased any drag marks or scuffs that might have led to it. Probably buried it too. I spent most of today out at what's left of the communications array. It's really a sorry sight. I may as well yell at Earth for all the good that damn thing will do. I mean, I could throw together a rudimentary dish out of metal I find, but this isn't some walkie-talkie I'm working with. Communicating from Mars to Earth is a pretty big deal and requires extremely specialized equipment. I won't be able to whip something up with tinfoil and gum. I need to ration my EVAs as well as food. CO2 filters are not cleanable. Once they're saturated, they're done. The mission accounted for 4-hour EVAs per crew per day. Fortunately, CO2 filters are light and small, so NASA had the luxury of sending more than we needed. All told, I have about 1,500 hours worth of CO2 filters. After that, any EVAs I do will have to be managed with bloodletting the air. Now, 1,500 hours may sound like a lot, but I'm faced with spending at least 4 years here. If I'm going to have any hope of rescue with minimal several hours a week dedicated to sweeping solar arrays. Anyway, no needless EVAs. In other news, I'm starting to come up with an idea for food. My botany background may come in useful after all. Now, why bring a botanist to Mars? After all, it's famous for not having anything grow here. No, the idea was to figure out how well things actually grow in Martian gravity, and to see what, if anything, we can do with Martian soil. The short answer is quite a lot, almost. Martian soil has the basic building blocks needed for plants. But there's a lot of stuff going on in Earth soil that Mars doesn't have. Even when it's placed in Earth atmosphere and given plenty of water, bacterial activity, certain nutrients happening, certain nutrients provided by animal life, etc. None of that's happening on Mars. One of my tasks for the mission was to see how plants grow here in various combinations of Earth and Martian soil and atmosphere. That's why I have a small amount of Earth soil and a bunch of plants with me. I can't get too excited, however. It's about the amount of soil you'd put in a window box, and the only seeds I have are a few species of grass and ferns. They're the most rugged and easily grown plants on Earth, so NASA picked them as the test subjects. So I have two problems. Not enough dirt, and nothing edible to plant in it. But I'm a botanist, damn it. I should be able to find a way to make this happen. If I don't, I will be a really hungry botanist in about a year. Log entry, Sol 11. I wonder how the Cubs are doing this season. Log entry, Sol 14. I got my undergrad degree in the University of Chicago. Half the people who studied botany were hippies who thought they could return to some natural world system. For the record, don't ever talk to those people. If you see them, walk the other way. This isn't in the book. I'm telling you this as real. If you meet those people, ignore them. You will never get away. They're worse. They're worse than vegans. I lost my place. Oh, they thought they could return to some natural world system, somehow feeding 7 billion people with pure gather. They spend most of their time working out better ways to grow pot. I didn't like them. I've always been in it for the science, not for any New World Order bullshit. When they made compost heaps and tried to conserve every little ounce of living matter, I laughed at them. Look at the silly hippies. With their pathetic attempts to simulate a complex global ecosystem in their backyard. Hi, Raina. Welcome in, hon. Of course, now I'm exactly doing that. I'm saving every last scrap of biomatter I can find. Every time I finish the meal, the leftovers go in the compost bucket. As for the other biological material, the hab has very sophisticated toilets. Shit is usually vacuum dried, then accumulated in sealed bags, and discarded on the surface. But not anymore, I do declare. In fact, I even did an EVA to recover the previous bags of shit from before the crew left. Now, being completely desiccated, this particular shit didn't have any bacteria in it anymore, but it still has complex proteins that would serve as a useful manure. Adding it to water and active bacteria would quickly get it inundated, replacing any population killed by the Toilet of Doom. I don't know why Toilet of Doom makes me giggle every time I read it. I found a big container and put in a bit of the water and then added the dried shit. Since then, I've added my own shit to it as well. The worse it smells, the better things are going. That's bacteria at work. Now once I get Martian soil in here, I can mix in the shit and spread it out. Then I can sprinkle the Earth soil on top. You might not think that would be an important step, but it is. There are dozens of species of bacteria living in Earth's soil, and they're critical to plant growth. They'll spread out and breed like, well, like a bacterial infection. Now, people have been using human waste as fertilizer for centuries. It's even got a pleasant name, night soil. Normally, it's not an ideal way to grow crops because it spreads disease very easily. Human waste has a lot of pathogens in it that, you guessed it, infect humans. But that's not a problem for me. The only pathogens in this waste are the ones I already have. Within a week, the Martian soil will be ready for plants to germinate in, but I won't plant just yet. I'll bring in more lifeless soil from outside and spread some live soil over top of it, and it'll infect the new soil, and I'll have double what I started with. In another week, I'll double it again, and so on. Of course, all the while, adding new manure to the effort. I just realized that my asshole is doing as much to keep me alive as my brain is right now. I mean, this isn't a new concept, though. I just came up with. People have speculated on how to make crop soil. My pages are sticking together. No, I'm a failure. Out of Martian dirt for decades. I'll just be putting it to the test for the first time. I searched through the food supplies and found all sorts of things that I can plant. Peas, for instance. Plenty of beans, too. I also found several potatoes. If any of them can still germinate after their ordeal, great. With nearly infinite supply of vitamins, all I need are calories in order to survive. Now, the total floor space of the hab is about 92 square meters, and I plan to dedicate all of this to the endeavor. I don't mind walking on dirt. It'll be a lot of work, but I'm going to need to cover the entire floor to a depth of about 10 centimeters. That means I'll have to transport 9.2 cubic meters of Martian soil into the hab. I can get maybe 1/10 of a cubic meter through the airlock at a time. It'll be backbreaking work to collect it, but in the end, if everything goes to plan, I'll have 92 square meters of croppable soil. Hell yeah, I'm a botanist. Fear my mighty botany powers. Log entry, Sol 15. Ugh, this is backbreaking work. I spent 12 hours today on EVAs to bring dirt into the hab. I only managed to cover a small corner of the base, maybe 5 square meters. At this rate, it'll take me weeks to get all the soil in. But hey, time at this point is the one thing I got. The first few EVAs were pretty inefficient, me filling small containers and bringing them through the airlock. Then I got wise and just put one big container in the airlock and filled it. That sped things up a lot, because the airlock takes about 10 minutes to get through. I ache all over, and the shovels I have made are for taking samples, not heavy digging. My back is killing me. Oof, God, I feel that, buddy. I'm sorry. It comes with age, man. I foraged in the medical supplies and found some Vicodin. I took it about 10 minutes ago. It should be kicking in very soon. Anyway, it's nice to see progress. Time to start getting the bacteria to work on these minerals. After lunch. No 3/4 ration today. I've earned a professional audiobook readers when. Girl, Beyonce. enthusiasm. If people actually enjoy this, then I will try to do this occasionally. I don't understand how people enjoy this, but if I get to read books that I like, I'm not against it. Log entry, Soul 16. One complication I hadn't thought of: water. Turns out, being on the surface of Mars for a few million years eliminates all water in the soil. My master's degree in botany makes me, a little certain that plants need wet dirt to grow. Not to mention the bacteria has to live in the dirt first. Now, fortunately, I do have water. Not as much as I want. To be viable, soil needs 40 liters of water per cubic meter. My overall plan calls for 9.2 cubic meters of soil. So eventually, I need 368 liters of water to feed it. The Hab has an excellent water reclaimer, best technology on Earth. So NASA figured, why send a lot of water? Just send enough for an emergency. Humans need 3 liters of water a day to be comfortable. 3 liters. I need 1 liter of water and 2 cans of Monster. Get good, scrub. They gave us 50 liters each, making 300 liters total in the Hab. Now I'm willing to dedicate all but the emergency 50 liters to the cause. That means I can feed 62.5 square meters at a depth of 10 centimeters, which is about 2/3 of the Hab floor. It'll have to do. That's the long-term plan. For now, my goal is 5 square meters. I wadded up blankets and uniforms for my departed crewmates to serve as one edge of a planter, with the curved walls of the Hab being the other. It was as close to about 5 square meters as I could manage, and I filled it with sand to a depth of 10 centimeters. I then sacrificed 20 liters of precious water to the dirt gods. Then things got disgusting. I dumped my big container oh shit into the soil and nearly puked from the smell. I mixed the soil and shit together with a shovel and then spread it out evenly again. Then sprinkled some earth soil on top. Get to work, bacteria. Counting on you, boo. That smell's gonna stick around for a while, too. It's not like I can open a window, but still, you kind of get used to it. In other news, today is Thanksgiving. My family will be gathering in Chicago for the usual feast at my parents' house. My guess is it won't be much fun, what with me having died 10 days ago. Well, they probably just got done with my funeral. I wonder if they'll ever find out what really happened. I've been so busy staying alive, I never thought of what this must be like for my parents. Right now, they're suffering the worst pain anyone can endure. I'd give anything just to let them know I'm alive. Guess I'll just have to survive to make up for it. Soul 22. Wow, things really came along. I got all the sand in and ready to go. 2/3 of the base is now dirt. And today, I executed my first dirt double. It's been a week, and the former Martian soil is rich and lovely. 2 more doublings, and I'll have covered the whole field. All that work was great for my morale. It gave me something to do. But after things settled down a bit, I had dinner while listening to Johansson's Beatles music collection. I got depressed again. Doing the math, this won't keep me from starving. My best bet for making calories is potatoes. They grow prolifically and have a reasonable caloric content, about 770 calories per kilogram. I'm pretty sure the ones I have will germinate. The problem is I can't grow enough of them. In 62 square meters, I could grow maybe 150 kilograms of potatoes in 400 days, which is the time I have before running out of food. That's a grand total of 115,500 calories, a sustainable average of 288 calories per day. With my height and weight, and if I'm willing to starve a little, I need about 1,500 calories per day. It's not even close. So I can't just live off the land forever, but I can extend my life. The potatoes will last me 76 days. Potatoes grow continually, so in those 76 days I can grow another 22,000 calories of potatoes, which will tide me over for another 15 days. After that, it's kind of pointless to continue the trend. All told, it buys me about 90 days. So now, I'll be starving to death on Sol 490 instead of 400. Hey, it's progress. But any hope of survival rests on me surviving until Sol 1412 when Ares 4 will land. There's about 1,000 days of food I don't have, and I don't have a plan for how to get it. Well, shit. Idiot. Sol 25. Remember those old math questions you had in algebra class? Where water is entering a container at a certain rate and leaving at a different rate, we need to figure out when it will be empty? Well, that concept is critical to the Mark Watney Doesn't Die project that I'm currently working on. I currently need to create calories, and I need enough to last the 1,387 souls until Ares 4 arrives. If I don't get rescued from Ares 4, I'm dead anyway. A soul is 39 minutes longer than a day, so it works out to be 1,425 days. That's my target. 1,425 days of food. Now I have plenty of multivitamins, over double what I need, and there's 5 times the minimum protein in each food pack. So careful rationing of portions takes care of my protein for at least 4 years. My general nutrition is also taken care of. I just need calories. I need about 1,500 calories every day. I have 400 days of food to start off with. So how many calories do I need to generate per day along the entire time period to stay alive for around 1,425 days? Well, I'll spare you the math. The answer is about 1,100. I need to create 1,100 calories per day with my farming efforts to survive until Ares 4 gets here. Well, Actually, a little bit more than that because it's sold 25 right now, and I actually haven't planted it. With my 62 square meters of farmland, I'll be able to create about 288 calories per day. So, I need almost 4 times my current plant's production to survive. That means I need more surface area for farming and more water to hydrate. So let's take the problems one at a time. How much farmland can I really make? Well, there are 92 square meters in the hat. Let's say I use all. Also, there are 5 unused bunks. So let's say I put soil in them too. They're 2 square meters each, giving me 10 more square meters. So now we're up to 102. The hab has 3 lab tables, each about 2 square meters. I want to get one for my own use, leaving 2 for the cause. That's another 4 square meters, bringing us to 106. I have 2 Martian rovers. They have pressure seals, allowing the occupants to drive without spacesuits. But they're too cramped to plant crops in, and I want to be able to drive around anyway. But both rovers have an emergency pop-up tent. There are a lot of problems with using pop-up tents as farmland, but they have 10 square meters of floor space each. Presuming I can overcome the problems, they'll net me another 20 square meters, bringing my farmland up to 126. 126 square meters of farmable land. That's something I can work with. I still don't have the water to moisten all that soil, but like I said, one thing at a time. Now, the next thing to consider is how efficient I can be at growing potatoes. I based my crop yield estimates on the potato industry back on Earth. But potato farmers aren't in a desperate race for survival like I am. So, can I get a better yield? For starters, I can give attention to each individual plant. I can trim them, keep them healthy, and not interfering with each other. Also, as their flowering bodies breach the surface, I can replant them deeper, then plant younger potato plants above them. For normal potato farmers, it's not really worth doing all that because they're working with literally millions of potatoes. Also, this sort of farming annihilates the soil. Any farmer would turn their land into a dust bowl within 12 years. It's just not sustainable. But who cares? I only need to survive for 4 years. I estimate I can get about 50% higher yield by using these tactics. And with the 126 square meters of farmland, which is just about double the 62 I have now, it works out to just over 850 calories per day. Now that is real progress. I'd still be in danger of starvation, but it gets me to the range of survivability. I might be able to make it by nearly starving, but not quite dying. I could reduce my calorie use by minimizing manual labor. I could set the temperature in the hab higher than normal, meaning my body would expend less energy, keeping its temperature. I could also cut off an arm and eat it, gaining me valuable calories and reducing my overall caloric need. No, that last one really doesn't work. So let's say I could clear up as much farmland. Seems reasonable, but where do I get the water? To go from 62 to 126 square meters of farmland at 10 centimeters deep, I will need 6.4 more cubic meters of soil. More shoveling, whee! And that'll need over 250 liters of water. The 50 liters I have is for me to drink if the reclaimer fails. So I'm 250 liters short of my 250 liter goal. Blech, I'm going to bed. Soul 26. It was a back-breaking yet productive day. I was sick of thinking, so instead of trying to figure out where I'll get 250 liters of water, I did some manual labor. I need to get a whole ass load more soil into the hab, even if it's dry and useless right now. I got a cubic meter in before getting exhausted. Then a minor dust storm dropped by for an hour, covered the solar collectors with crap. So then I had to suit up again and do another EVA. I was in a pissy mood the whole time, sweeping off the huge field of solar cells. It's just boring and physically demanding. But once the job was done, I came back to my little hab on the prairie. It was about time for another dirt doubling, so I figured I might as well get it over with. That took an hour. One more doubling and the usable soil will all be good to go. Also, I figured it was time to start the seed crop. I doubled the soil enough that I could afford to leave a little corner of it alone, and I have 12 potatoes to work with. I am one lucky son of a bitch that they aren't freeze-dried or mulched. But why did NASA send 12 whole potatoes, refrigerated but not frozen? Why send them along with us, instead in pressurized cargo rather than a crate with the rest of the hab supplies? Because Thanksgiving was going to happen while we're on the surface. And NASA's shrinks thought it would be good for us to make a meal together. Just to eat, but to actually prepare. There's probably some logic to that, but who cares? I cut each potato into 4 pieces, making sure each piece had at least 2 eyes. The eyes are where they sprout. I let them sit for a few hours to harden a bit, and then planted them, well spaced apart in the corner. Godspeed, little taters. My life depends on you. Now, normally, it takes about 90 days to yield full-size potatoes. But I can't wait that long. I'll need to cut up all the potatoes from this crop to seed the rest of the field. So, by setting the hab temperature to a balmy 25.5 Celsius, I can make the plants grow faster. Also, the internal lights will provide plenty of sunlight, and I'll make sure they get lots of water. You know, once I generically figure out how to do that. There will be no foul weather, no parasites to hassle them, or any weeds to compete with the soil for nutrients. With all this going to them, they should yield healthy, sproutable tubers within 40 days. I figured that was enough being Farmer Mark for one full day. So, a full meal for dinner. I earned it. Plus, I burned a ton of calories. I wanted them back. I rifled through Commander Lewis's stuff until I found her personal data stick. Everyone got to bring whatever digital entertainment they wanted, and I was tired of listening to Johansson's Beatles albums. Time to see what Lewis had. Crappy TV shows. That's what she had. Countless entire runs of TV shows from forever ago. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Three's Company it is. Ooh, from forever ago, Three's Company. Ow! That hurts. My soul hurts. Is Three's Company really that old? It is actually that old, isn't it? Ow! I don't know. It never actually says anything. Yeah, I don't think this book ever actually gives us a actual, like, hard date, if I remember correctly. 35. Okay, so, back then it will be forever ago. Or at that point it'll be forever ago. It's, oh god, 2035 is 10 years from now. Oh, I'm gonna be almost 50. Ew. Ew, I don't like it here. Give me a new top line. I don't want to be 50. Honey, I love you, but you can't stop time regardless of how cute you are. Anyway, now that my existential crisis is over, Solo 29. Over the last few days, I got all the dirt that I'll need. I prepped the tables and bunks for holding the weight of the soil, and even put the dirt in place. There's still no water to make it viable, but I have some ideas. Really bad ideas. But they're ideas. Today's big accomplishment was setting up the pop-up tents. The problem with the rover pop-ups is that they weren't designed for frequent use. The idea was you'd throw out a pop-up tent, get in, and wait for rescue. The airlock is nothing more than valves and two doors. Equalize the airlock with your side of it, get in. Equalize the other with the other side, get out. This means you lose a lot of air with each use, and I'll need to get in there at least once a day. The total volume of each pop-up tent is pretty low, so I can't lose too much air with it. I spent hours trying to figure out how to attach a pop-up tent airlock to a hab airlock. I have 3 airlocks in the hab. I'd be willing to dedicate 2 to pop-up tents. That would have been awesome. The frustrating part is that the pop-up tent airlocks can attach to other airlocks. You might have injured people in there or not enough spacesuits. You need to be able to get people out without exposing them to the Martian atmosphere. But the pop-up tents were designed for your crewmates to come rescue you in a rover. The airlocks in the hab are much larger and completely different from airlocks in the rovers. When you think about it, there's really no reason to attach a pop-up tent to the hab. Unless you're stranded on Mars, everybody thinks you're dead, and you're in a desperate fight against time and the elements to stay alive. But other than that edge case, no real reason. None. So I finally decide I'd just take the hit. I'll be losing some air every time I enter or exit a pop-up tent. The good news is each pop-up tent has an air feed valve on the outside. Remember, these are emergency shelters. Occupants might still need air, and you can provide it from a rover by hooking up an airline. It's nothing more than a tube that equalizes the rover's air and the pop-up tents. The hab and the rovers use the same valve and tubing standards, so I was able to attach the pop-up tents directly to the hab. That'll automatically replenish the air I lose with my entries and exits. This is what NASA folk call ingress and egress. Just saying. NASA was not screwing around with these emergency tents. The moment I pushed the panic button in the rover, there was an ear-popping whoosh as the pop tent fired out, attached to the rover airlock. It took about 2 seconds. I closed the airlock from the rover's side and ended up with a nice, isolated pop-up tent. Setting up the equalizer hose was trivial. For once, I'm using equipment the way it was designed to be used. Then, after a few trips through the airlock, with the air loss automatically regulated by the hab, we got the dirt in. We repeated the process for the other 10. Everything went really easy. Water. In high school, I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. You may not have guessed this botanist slash mechanical engineer was a bit of a nerd in high school, but indeed, it's the truth. In the game, I played cleric. One of the magic spells I could cast was Create Water. I always thought it was a really stupid spell, and I never used it. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be able to do that in real life. Anyway, that's a problem for tomorrow. For tonight, I have to get back to Three's company. I stopped last night in the middle of the episode where Mr. Roper saw something and took it out of context. Before we start to the next song, go ahead and take the ad break so that I can get some hydration in. See you guys in 3 minutes. Is this everything you thought it would be? Valorant's saying. I have to find some more books. Wow, Frosty really downgraded. Let's observe chat in its natural habitat. In the tranquil ASMR habitat of Twitch, we observe the rare Rayla Raven in their natural habitat. With a soothing voice that whispers tales from the Martian. Right. They attract a flock of curious viewers with promises of relaxation and feathered rewards. As the follower count flutters around 250. Frosty really out here banning 49 people. The chat ecosystem remains hushed, perhaps in awe of the cosmic narrative unfolding. Hashtag quietly epic. Frosty is sussy as fuck. Yes, it is. You can tell Frosty is gaslighting you. Follower account flutters around 250. Soothing voice, attracting a flock of curious viewers. All of this is gaslighting. Yes. Dr. Ravens is a murder. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the follow vote. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, you're the new number 300. I'm legally obligated to hate you now. No, that's a joke. No, I was already planning on doing the Elden Ring regardless, even though it went down to $2.99. Of course, now I need to find the I need to dig through my phone and find that text message again so I could figure out what the next goal was. Pretty sure it was at 350 or something. Then stop by and see. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that eventually they started becoming every 100 to 200. But yeah, figured I'd stop by and see what's happening here. Yeah, we were just taking a quick break for the ads to play, which are over at this point. So welcome back, everybody. We'll take your medicine, sweetie. So we are going to go ahead and continue. We have reached Soul 30. The book runs through Soul. Um, Technically, Soul 549. Um, yeah, I mean, not every soul is actually written out, but yeah. I didn't miss anything, sweetie. We'll get started. Mm. So, Soul 30. I have an idiotically dangerous plan for getting the water I need. And boy, do I mean dangerous. But I don't have much choice. I'm out of ideas, and I'm due for another dirt doubling in a few days. When I do the final doubling, I'll be doubling on to all that new soil I just brought in. If I don't wet it first, it'll just die. Now, there isn't a whole lot of water here. There's ice at the poles, but they're too far away. So if I want water, I'll have to make it from scratch. Fortunately, I know the recipe. Take hydrogen, add oxygen, and burn it. So let's take them one at a time. First, I'll start with oxygen. I have a fair bit of oxygen reserves, but not enough to make 250 liters of water that I need. The two high-pressure tanks at one end of the hab are my entire supply. Yep, plus the air in the hab, of course. And they each contain 25 liters of liquid oxygen. The hab would only use them in an emergency. It has the oxygenator to balance the atmosphere. The reason the O2 tanks are here is to feed the spacesuits and the rovers. Anyway, the reserve oxygen would only be enough to make 100 liters of water, because 50 liters of water makes 100 liters of molecules that only have one oxygen atom. That would mean no EVAs for me and no emergency reserves, and it would make less than half the water I need. Thus, out of the question. But oxygen is easier to find on Mars than we might think. The atmosphere of Mars is 95% CO2, and I happen to have a machine whose sole purpose is liberating the oxygen from CO2. Yay, oxygenators! There's one problem. The atmosphere of Mars is very thin. It's less than 1% of the pressure on Earth, so it's hard to collect. Getting air from outside to inside is nearly impossible. I mean, the whole purpose of the hab is to stop that sort of thing from happening. The tiny amount of Martian atmosphere that enters when I use the airlock is laughable. But That's where the MAV fuel plant comes in. Now, my crewmates took the MAV weeks ago, but the bottom half of it stayed behind. NASA isn't in the habit of putting unnecessary mass into orbit. The landing gear, the ingress ramp, and fuel plant are still here. Remember how the MAV made its own fuel with the help of the Martian atmosphere? Well, step one of that is to collect CO2 stored in a high pressure vessel. Once I get the fuel plant hooked up to the HAB's power, it'll give me half a liter of liquid CO2 per hour, indefinitely. After 10 sols, I'll have made 125 liters of CO2, which will make 125 liters of oxygen after I feed it through the oxygenator. That's enough to make 250 liters of water. So, I have a plan for oxygen. Now, the hydrogen is gonna be a little tricky. I considered for a moment raiding the hydrogen fuel cells, but I need those batteries to maintain power at night. If I don't have that, it'll get too cold. I could bundle up, but the cold would kill the potatoes. And each fuel cell only has a small amount of hydrogen. It's not worth sacrificing for so much usefulness for so little gain. The one thing I've got going for me is the energy, and I don't want to give that up. So, I'll have to go a different way. Now, I often talk about the MAV, the Mars Ascent Vehicle that the crew took. But now, I want to talk about the MDV, the descent vehicle that brought us to the planet. During the most terrifying 23 minutes of my life, 4 of my crewmates and I tried not to shit ourselves while Martinez piloted the MDV down to the surface. It was kind of like being in a tumble dryer. First, we descended from Hermes and decelerated our orbital velocity so we could start falling properly. Now everything was smooth up until the atmosphere. If you think turbulence is rough in a jet going 720 kilometers per hour, just imagine what it's like at 28,000. Several staged sets of chutes deployed automatically to slow our descent. Then Martinez manually piloted us to the ground, using thrusters to slow descent and control our lateral motion. He trained for this for years, and did his job extraordinarily well. He exceeded all plausible expectations, putting us just 9 meters away from his target. The guy just plain owned the landing. Thanks, Martinez, you may have saved my life. Not really because of the perfect landing, but because he left so much fuel behind. Hundreds of liters of unused hydrazine. Now, each molecule of hydrazine has 4 hydrogen atoms in it. So each liter of hydrazine has enough hydrogen for 2 liters of water. I did a little EVA today to check. The MDV has 292 liters of juice left in the tank. That's enough to make almost 600 liters of water. Way more than I need. There's just one catch. Liberating hydrogen from hydrazine is, well, that's how rockets work. It's really, really hot and dangerous. If I do it in an oxygen atmosphere, the hot and newly liberated hydrogen will explode. There'll be a lot of HO2. Heads up, girls, new water just dropped. There'll be a lot of H2O at the end, but I'll be too dead to appreciate it. At its root, hydrazine is pretty simple. The Germans used it as far back as World War II for rocket-assisted fighter fuel, and occasionally will build themselves up with it. All you have to do is run it over a catalyst, which, fun fact, I can extract from the MDB engine. And it will turn into nitrogen and hydrogen. I'll spare you the actual chemistry, but the end result is that 5 molecules of hydrogen becomes 5 molecules of harmless nitrogen, 10 molecules of lovely hydrogen. During this process, it goes through an intermediate step of being ammonia. Chemistry, being the sloppy bitch that it is, ensures there'll be some ammonia that doesn't react with the hydrazine, so it'll just stay as ammonia. Do you like the smell of ammonia? Well, it'll be prevalent in my increasingly hellish existence. My hair is in the face. My hair is long enough to be in my face. It's itchy. The chemistry is on my side. The question now is, how do I actually make this reaction happen? Slowly. And how do I collect the hydrogen? The answer is, I don't know. I suppose I'll think of something. Or die. Anyway, much more important, I simply can't abide the replacement of Chrissy with Cindy. Three's company may never be the same after this fiasco, but only time will tell. Soul 32. I ran into a bunch of problems with my water plan. My idea is to make 600 liters of water, only limited by the hydrogen I can get from the hydrazine. That means I'll need 300 liters of liquid oxygen. Now, I can create the oxygen easy enough. It takes 20 hours for the MAB fuel plant to fill its 10-liter tank with CO2. The oxygenator can turn it into oxygen, then the atmospheric regulator will see the O2 content in the HAB is high and pull it out of the air, storing it in the main oxygen tanks. They'll fill up, so I have to transfer oxygen over to the rover's tanks and even the spacesuits if necessary. But I can't create it very quickly. At a half a liter of CO2 per hour, it will take 25 days to make the oxygen I need. That's longer than I'd. There's also the problem of storing the hydrogen. The air tanks in the HAB, the rovers, and all the spacesuits add up to exactly 374 liters of storage to hold all the materials for water. But I would need a whopping 900 liters for storage. I considered using one of the rovers as a tank. I mean, it would certainly be big enough, but it just isn't designed to hold that much pressure. It's made to hold, you guessed it, 1 atmosphere of pressure. I need vessels that can hold 50 times that much. I'm fairly certain the rover will just burst. The best way to store the ingredients of water is to make them be water. So that's what I'll have to do. The concept is very simple, but the execution is incredibly dangerous. Every 20 hours, I'll have 10 liters of CO2 thanks to the MAV fuel plant. I'll vent it into the HAB via the highly scientific method of detaching the tank from the MAV landing struts, bringing it into the hab, opening a valve until it's empty. I know, super special. The oxygenator will turn it into oxygen in its own time. Then I'll release hydrazine very, very slowly over the iridium catalyst. This will turn it into nitrogen and hydrogen. I'll direct the hydrogen into a small area and burn it. Now, as you can see, this plan provides many opportunities for me to die in a fiery explosion. Firstly, hydrazine is some serious death. If I make any mistakes, there will be nothing left but the Mark Watney Memorial Crater where the hab used to be. Now, presuming I don't fuck up with the hydrazine, there's still the matter of burning hydrogen. I'm going to be setting a fire in the hab on purpose. If you were to ask every engineer at NASA what the worst case scenario for the hab was, they'd all answer with one word: fire. If you asked them what the result would be, they'd answer, all of them, death by fire. But if I can pull it off, I'll be making water continuously, with no need to store hydrogen or oxygen. It'll be mixed in the atmosphere as humidity, but the water reclaimer will pull it out. I don't even have to perfectly match the hydrazine end of it with the fuel plant CO2. There's plenty of oxygen in the hab and plenty more in reserve. I just need to make sure to not make so much water I run myself out of oxygen. I hooked up the MAV fuel plant to the hab power supply. Fortunately, they both use the same voltage. It's chugging away, collecting CO2 for me. Just a half ration for dinner. All I accomplished today was thinking up a plan that'll kill me, and that doesn't take too much energy. I'm going to finish off the last of Three's Company tonight. Frankly, I like Mr. Furley better than the Rovers. Soul 33. This may be my last entry. I've known since Soul 6 there was a good chance that I die here. But I figured it would be when I ran out of food. I didn't think it would be this early. I'm about to fire up the hydrazine. Our mission was designed knowing that anything might need maintenance, so I have plenty of tools. Even in a spacesuit, I was able to pry the access panels off the MDV and get at the 6 hydrazine tanks. I set them in the shadow of a rover to keep them from heating up too much. There's more shade and a cooler temperature near the hab, but fuck that. If they're gonna blow up, they can blow up a rover, not my house. I then pried out the reaction chamber. It took some work, and I cracked the damn thing in half, but I got it out. Lucky for me, I don't need a proper fuel reaction. In fact, I really super duper don't want a proper fuel reaction. I brought the reaction chamber in. I briefly considered bringing one tank of hydrazine in at a time to reduce risk. But some back of the napkin math told me that even one tank was enough to blow the entire hab up, so I just brought them all in. Why not? The tanks have manual vent valves. I'm not 100% sure what they're for. Certainly we were never expected to actually use them. I think they're there to pressure release test during the many quality checks done during construction and before fueling. Whatever the reason, I have valves to work with. All it takes is a wrench. I liberated a spare water hose from the water reclaimer with some thread torn out from the uniform. Sorry, Johansson. I attached it to the valve output. Hydrazine was a liquid, so all I have to do is lead it to the reaction chamber for more of a, well, it's more of a reaction point. Meanwhile, the MAV fuel plant is still working. I already brought in one tank of CO2, vented it, and returned it for refilling. So, there are no more excuses. It's time to start making water. If you find the charred remains of the hag, it means I did something wrong. I'm copying this log over to both rovers, so it's more likely to survive. Here goes nothing. Soul 33, Part 2. Well, I didn't die. The first thing I did was put on the inner lining of my EVA suit. Not the big bulky suit itself, just the inner clothing that I wear under it. This includes the gloves and the booties. I then got an oxygen mask for medical supplies and some lab goggles from Vogel's chemistry kit. Hi, Kara. Gonna lurk and listen in on the ASMR reading while I edit some MVs, but thank you for the ear blessing. You out your mind, girl. Yes. Well, good luck with the editing, dear. Um, okay. Some lab goggles from Vogel's chem kit. Almost all of my body was protected, and I was breathing canned air. Why? Because hydrazine is very toxic. If I breathe too much of it, I'll get major lung problems. If I get it on my skin, I'll have chemical burns for the rest of my life. I wasn't taking any chances. I turned the valve until a trickle of hydrazine came out. I let one drop fall into the iridium bowl. It undramatically sizzled and disappeared. But hey, that's what I wanted. I just freed up hydrogen and oxygen. Yay! The one thing I have in abundance here are bags. They're not much different from kitchen trash bags, though I'm sure they cost 50 grand because NASA. In addition to being our commander, Lewis was also the geologist. She was going to collect rock and soil samples from all over the operational area, which is about a 10-kilometer radius. Weight limits restricted how much she could actually bring back to Earth, but she was going to collect first, then sort out the most interesting 50 kilos to take home. The bags were to store and tag the samples. Some are smaller than a Ziploc, while others are as big as a hefty lawn and leaf bag. Also, I have duct tape. Ordinary duct tape, like you would at a hardware store. Turns out, even NASA can't improve on duct tape. I cut up a few hefty-sized bags and taped them together to make a sort of tent. Really, it was more of a supersized bag, but I was able to cover the whole table where my hydrazine mad scientist setup was. I put a few knickknacks on the table to keep the plastic out of the iridium bowl. Thankfully, the bags are clear, so I can still see what's going on. Next, I sacrificed a spacesuit to the cause. I needed an air hose. And I have a surplus of spacesuits, after all, a total of 6. One for each crew member, so I didn't mind murdering one of them. I cut a hole in the top of the plastic and duct taped the hose in place. It's a nice seal, I think. With more string from Johansson's clothing, I hung the other end of a hose from the top of the hab dome by two angled threads to keep them well clear of the opening. Now I had a little chimney. The hose is about 1 centimeter wide, so hopefully that's a good aperture. The hydrogen will be hot after the reaction and it will want to go up. So I let it go up the chimney and then burn it as it comes out. The next step, I have to invent fire. Now, NASA put a lot of effort into making sure nothing here can burn. Everything is made of metal or flame retardant plastic, and the uniforms are synthetic. I needed something that could hold a flame, some kind of pilot light. I don't have the skills to keep enough hydrogen flowing to feed the flame without killing myself. Too narrow a margin there. After a search of everyone's personal items, hey, if they wanted privacy, they shouldn't have abandoned me on Mars with their stuff. But I found my answer. Martinez, our pilot, is a devout Catholic. I knew that. What I didn't know was that he brought along a small wooden cross. Now, I'm sure NASA gave him shit about it, but I also know Martinez is one stubborn son of a bitch. So, I chipped his sacred religious item into long splinters using pliers and a screwdriver. I figured if there is a God, he won't mind considering the situation. If ruining the only religious icon I have leaves me vulnerable to Martian vampires, I'll have to risk it. There were plenty of wires and batteries around just to make a spark. But you can't ignite wood with small electric sparks, so I collected ribbons of bark from local palm trees, then got a couple of sticks and rubbed them together to create enough friction with... No, I didn't. Not really. What I did was I vented pure oxygen at the stick and then gave it a spark. It lit up like a match. Now, with my mini torch in hand, I started a slow hydrazine flow. It sizzled on the iridium and disappeared. Soon, I had short bursts of flame sputtering from the chimney. The main thing I had to watch was the temperature. Hydrazine breaking down is extremely exothermic. So, I did a little bit at a time, constantly watching the readout of a thermocouple I'd attached to the iridium chamber. The point is, the process worked. Each hydrazine tank holds a little over 50 liters, which would be enough to make 100 liters of water. I am limited by my oxygen production, but I'm all excited now. So I'm willing to use half of my reserves. Long story short, when the tank is half empty, I'll have 50 liters of water at the end. Soul 34. Well, that took a really long time. I'd been at it all night with the hydrazine, but I got the job done. You know, I could have finished faster, but I figured caution is best when setting fire to rocket fuel in an enclosed space. Boy, this is a tropical jungle now, I'll tell you. It's almost 30 Celsius in here and humid as all hell. I just dumped a ton of heat and about 50 liters of water into the air. During this process, the poor Hab had to be the mother of a messy toddler. It had been replacing the oxygen I've used, and the water reclaimer is trying to get the humidity down to sanity. Nothing to be done about the heat. There's actually no air conditioning in the Hab. Mars is cold, so getting rid of excess heat wasn't really something we expected to deal with. I've now grown accustomed to hearing the alarms blaring at all times. The fire alarm has finally stopped now that there's no more fire. The low oxygen alarm should stop soon. The high humidity alarm will take a little longer. The water reclaimer has its work cut out for it today. For a moment, there was another alarm. The water reclaimer's main tank is full. Booyah! That's the kind of problem I want to have. God, I just said that on the fucking internet. Remember the spacesuit I vandalized yesterday? Well, I hung it on its rack and carried buckets of water to it from the reclaimer. It can hold an atmosphere of air in, so it should be able to handle a few buckets of water. Man, I'm tired. Been up all night, and it's time to sleep. But I'll drift off to dreamland in the best mood I've been in since Soul 6. Things are finally going my way. In fact, they're going great. I may have a chance to live after all. Soul 37. I'm fucked and I'm going to die. Okay, calm down. I can get around this. I'm writing this log to you, my dear future Mars archaeologist from Rover 2. You may be wondering why I'm not in the hab right now. It's because I fled in terror. And I'm not sure what the hell to do next. I guess I should explain what happened. If this is my last entry, you'll at least know why. Over the past few days, I've been happily making water. It's been going swimmingly. See what I did there? Swimmingly. I even beefed up the MAB fuel plant compressor. It was very technical. I increased the voltage to the pump. So now I'm making water even faster. After my initial burst of 50 liters, I decided to settle down and just make it at the rate I get oxygen. I'm not willing to go below a 25-liter reserve, so when I dip too low, I stop digging with hydrazine until I get the O2 back up to well above 25. Important note, when I say I made 50 liters of water, that's an assumption. I didn't reclaim 50 liters of water. The additional soil I filled the hab with was extremely dry and greedy, and greedily sucked up a lot of the humidity. So that's where I want the water to go anyway, so I'm not worried. And I wasn't surprised when the reclaimer didn't get anywhere near 50 liters. I get 10 liters of CO2 every 15 hours now that I've souped up the pump. I've done this process 4 times, and my math tells me that including my initial 50-liter burst, I should have added 130 liters of water to the system. Well, guess what? My math was a damn lie. I gained 70 liters of water in the water reclaimer and the spacesuit turned water tank. There's plenty of condensation in the walls and the domed roof, and the soil is certainly absorbing its fair share, but it doesn't account for the 60 liters of missing water. Something was wrong. That's when I noticed the other oxygen tank. Now the hab has 2 reserve oxygen tanks, one on each side of the structure. For safety reasons, the hab can decide which one of those to use whenever it wants. Turns out, it's been topping off the atmosphere from tank number 1. But when I add oxygen to the system via the oxygenator, the hab evenly distributes the gain between the 2 tanks, and tank 2 has slowly been gaining oxygen. Now this isn't a problem. The hab is just doing its job, but it does mean that I've been gaining O2 over time, which means I'm not consuming it as fast as I thought. At first I thought, yay, more oxygen. Now I can make water faster. But then, more disturbing thought occurred to me. Following my logic, I'm gaining oxygen, but the amount I'm bringing in from outside is constant. So the only way to gain is by doing less than I thought. But I've been doing the hydrazine reactions with the assumption that I'm losing all of it. The only possible explanation is that I haven't been burning all of the released hydrogen. It's obvious now, in retrospect, but it never occurred to me that some of the hydrogen just wouldn't burn. It got past the flame and went on its merry way. Damn it, Jim, I'm a botanist, not a chemist. Chemistry is messy, so there's unburned hydrogen in the air, all around me, mixed in with the oxygen, just hanging out, waiting for a spark so that it can blow the hell up. Once I figured this out and composed myself, I got a Ziploc sample-sized bag and waved it around a bit and sealed it. I did a quick EVA to the rover where I keep the atmospheric analyzers. Nitrogen, 22%. Oxygen, 9%. Hydrogen, 64%. I've been hiding here in the rover ever since. It's Hydrogenville in the hat. I'm very lucky it hasn't blown. Even a small static discharge would have led to my own private Hindenburg. So, here in Rover 2, I can stay for a day or two tops before the CO2 filters from the rover and my spacesuit fill up. I have that long to figure out how to deal with this. You know, the fact that I turned my house into a bomb. Soul number 38. So listen, I'm still cowering in the room. But I've had time to think, and I know how to deal with the hydrogen. I thought about the atmospheric regulator. It pays attention to what's in the air, balances it. Sitting back up, I can't lean it. Stretch. What kind of... Yeah, really just rub it in that he's stranded on Mars. Go with the roast beef bagel. Honey, you've decided to date me for the rest of your life. You're automatically a bad person. You've decided to keep me for the rest of your life. You're automatically a bad person. Got us. I thought about the atmospheric regulator. It pays attention to what's in the air and balances it. That's how the excess O2 I've been importing ends up in the tanks. Problem is, it's just not built to pull hydrogen out. The regulator uses freeze separation to sort out the gases. When it decides there's too much oxygen, it starts collecting air in a tank and cooling it to about 90 Kelvin. That makes the oxygen turn into a liquid, but leaves the nitrogen, which has a condensation point of 77 Kelvin, still gaseous. Then it stores the liquid oxygen. But I can't get that for hydrogen, because hydrogen needs to be below 21 Kelvin in order to turn liquid, and the regulator just can't do that. Dead end. So here's the solution. Hydrogen is dangerous because it can blow up. But it can only blow up with oxygen. Oh, really? You went all day without lighting up a firework in your... Anyway. Hydrogen without oxygen is harmless, and the regulator is all about pulling oxygen out of the air. There are 4 different safety interlocks that prevent the regulator from letting the halve's oxygen content get too low. But they designed it to work against technical faults, not deliberate sabotage. Long story short, they tricked the regulator into pulling all the oxygen out of the halve. Then I can wear a spacesuit so that I can breathe and do whatever I want without the fear of no. I'll use an O2 tank to spray short bursts of oxygen at the hydrogen, make a spark with a couple of wires and a battery. It'll set the hydrogen on fire, but only until that small bit of oxygen is used up. Then I'll just do that over and over in controlled bursts until I've burned off all the hydrogen. The one tiny flaw in my plan, it'll kill my dirt. The dirt is the only viable soil because of the bacteria growing in it. If I get rid of all the oxygen, that bacteria will die. I don't have 100 billion little spacesuits handy. Well, that's half a solution, anyway. Time to take a break from thinking. Commander Lewis was the last one to use this rover. She was scheduled to use it again on Sol 7, but she went home instead. Her personal travel kit's still in the back. Rifling through it, I found a protein bar and a personal USB. Fully full of music to listen to on the drive. Time to chow down and see what the good commander brought along for music. Sol 38, Part 2. It's disco. God damn it, Lewis. Sol 39. Like, honestly, they adapted that scene into the movie and it's fucking hilarious. I really want to watch the movie again now, but I can't put it on Twitch. Soul number 39. I think I got it. Soil bacteria are used to winter. They get less active and require less oxygen to survive. I can lower the hab temperature to about 1 Celsius, and they'll nearly hibernate. This sort of thing happens on Earth all the time. They can survive a couple of days this way. If you're wondering how bacteria on Earth survive longer periods of cold, the answer is they don't. Bacteria from further underground where it's warmer breed upward to replace all the dead ones. Now, they'll still need some oxygen, but not much. I think 1% content will do the trick. That leaves a little air for the bacteria to breathe, but not enough to maintain fire, so the hydrogen won't explode. But that leads to yet another problem. The potato plants I have won't like this plan. They won't mind the lack of oxygen, but the cold will kill them. So we'll have to pot them, well, I mean, technically bag them, and move them into the rover. They haven't even sprouted yet, so it's not like they need light. It was surprisingly annoying to find a way to make the heat stay on while the rover's unoccupied, but I figured. After all, I got nothing but time. So that's the plan. First, bag the potatoes and bring them in the rover. Make sure it keeps that fucking heater on. Then, drop the hab temperature to 1 Celsius. Then reduce the oxygen to 1%. Then burn off the hydrogen with a battery, some wires, and a tank of oxygen. Yeah, this all sounds like a great idea with absolutely no chance of catastrophic failure. Since I'm typing this, I'll just say that was sarcasm, by the way. Well, off I go. Soul 40. Things aren't 100% successful. They say no plan survives first contact with implementation, and I have to agree. Here's what happened. I summoned the courage to return to the hab. Once I got there, I felt a little bit more confident. Everything was how I'd left it. What did I expect? Martians to come and loot my stuff? It would take a while to let the hab cool, so I started right away by turning the temperature down to 1 Celsius. While that was happening, I bagged the potato plants and got a chance to check up on them while I was at it. They're rooting nicely and actually beginning to sprout. One thing I hadn't accounted for was how to bring them from the hab to the rovers. Well, the answer ended up being pretty easy. I put all of them in Martinez's spacesuit, and I dragged it out with me to the rover, where I'd set up a temporary nursery. I had to make sure to jimmy the heater to stay on until I got back to the hab. By the time I got back, it was already down to 5C. Shivering and watching my breath condense in front of me, I threw on extra layers of clothes. Fortunately, I'm not a very big guy. Martinez's clothes fit over mine, and Vogel's fit over Martinez. These shitty clothes were designed to be worn in a temperature-controlled environment, so even with 3 layers, I was still cold. Climbed into my bunk and under the covers for more warmth. Once the temperature got down to 1 Celsius, I waited another hour just to make sure the bacteria in the dirt got the memo it was time to take it slow. The next problem I ran into was the regulator. Despite my swaggering confidence, I wasn't able to outwit it. It really does not want to pull too much oxygen out. The lowest I could get it to go was 15%. And after that, it flatly refused to go any lower, and nothing I did mattered. I had all these plans about getting in and reprogramming it, but the safety protocols turned out to be ROMs. I mean, I can't blame it. Its whole purpose is to prevent the atmosphere from becoming lethal. Nobody at NASA thought, hey, let's allow a fatal lack of oxygen that makes everyone drop dead. So, I had to use a more primitive tool. The regulator uses a different set of vents for air sampling than it does for separation. The air that gets freeze separated comes in through a single large vent on the main unit, but it samples the air from 9 small vents that pipe back to the main one. That way, it gets a good average out of the hab, and one localized imbalance won't throw it off. So, I taped up 8 of the intakes, leaving only 1 of them active. I then taped the mouth of a hefty-sized bag over the neck hole of the spacesuit, Johansson's this time, in the back of the bag. In the back of the bag, I poked a small hole and taped it over the remaining intake. I then inflated the bag with pure oxygen from the suit's tanks. Holy shit, the regulator thought. I need to pull out oxygen right away. It works great. I decided not to wear a spacesuit after all. The atmospheric pressure was going to be fine. All I needed was oxygen, so I grabbed an O2 canister and a breather mask from the medical bay. That way, I had a hell of a lot more freedom of motion, and it even had a rubber band to keep it on my face. Though I did need a spacesuit to monitor the actual HAB oxygen level now that the main computer was convinced it was 100% oxygen. Let's see. Martinez's spacesuit was in the rover, Johansson's is outwitting a regulator, Lewis's was serving as a water tank. I didn't want to mess with mine, because, hey, it's custom fitted. And that left me 2 spare suits to work with. So, I grabbed Vogel's, activating the internal air sensors while leaving the helmet off. Once the oxygen dropped to 12%, I put on the breather mask and watched it fall further and further. When it reached 1%, I cut power to the regulator. I may not be able to reprogram this regulator, but sure as shit I can turn the bastard off completely. The HAB has emergency flashlights in many locations in case of vertical power failure. I tore the LED bulb out of one and left the 2 frayed power wires very close together. Now, when I turned it on, I got a small spark. Taking a canister of oxygen from Vogel's suit, I attached a strap to both ends and slung it over my shoulder. Then I attached an air line to the tank and crimped it with my thumb and turned on a very slow trickle of oxygen, small enough that it wouldn't overpower the crimp. Standing on a table with a sparkler in one hand and my oxygen line in the other, I reached up and gave it a try. And holy hell, it worked. Blowing the oxygen over the sparker, I flipped the switch on the flashlight and a wonderful jet of flame appeared out of the tube. I mean, the fire alarm went off, of course, but I'd heard it so much lately I barely noticed it anymore. Then I did it again and again. Short bursts, nothing flashy. I was happy to take my time. I was elated. This was the best plan ever. Not only was I clearing out hydrogen, I was actually making more water, too. Everything was great, going great, right up until the explosion. 1 minute, I was happily burning hydrogen. The next, I was on the other side of the HAB, and a lot of stuff was knocked over. I stumbled to my feet and saw the HAB in disarray. My first thought was, my ears hurt like hell. Then I thought, I'm dizzy, and fell to my knees. Then I fell prone. I was that dizzy. I groped my head with both hands, looking for a head wound I desperately hoped would not be there. Nothing seemed to be amiss. Feeling all over my head and face revealed the true problem. My oxygen mask had been ripped off in the blast. I was breathing nearly pure nitrogen. The HAB floor was covered in junk from all over the HAB. No hope of finding the medical tank. No hope of finding anything in this mess before I passed out. Then I saw Lewis's suit hanging right where it belonged. It hadn't moved in the blast, and it was heavy to start with. It had 70 liters of water in it. I rushed over, quickly cranked on the oxygen, and stuck my head in the neck hole. I breathed a bit until the dizziness faded, then took a deep breath and held it in. Still holding my breath, I glanced over to the spacesuit and hefty bag I'd used to outsmart the regulator. The bad news is that I'd never removed them. The good news is that the explosion removed them. 8 of the 9 intakes for the regulator were still bagged. This one would at least tell the truth. Stumbling over to the regulator, I turned it back on. After a 2-second boot process, it was made to start up fast for, obvious reasons. It immediately identified the problem, and the shrill, low oxygen alarm blared through the HAB as the regulator dumped pure oxygen into the atmosphere as fast as it safely could. Separating oxygen from the atmosphere is difficult and time-consuming, but adding it is as simple as a valve. I clambered over the debris back to Lewis's spacesuit and put my head back in for good air. Within 3 minutes, the regulator had brought the HAB oxygen back up to me. I noticed for the first time how burned my clothing was. It was a good time to be wearing 3 layers of clothes. Mostly the damage was on my sleeves. The outer layer was gone, the middle layer singed and burned clean through in places. The inner layer, my own uniform, was in reasonably good shape. Looks like I lucked out again. Also, glancing at the Hab's main computer, I saw the temperatures had gone up to 15 Celsius. Something very hot and very explodey happened. Wasn't sure what or how. And that's where I am now, wondering what the hell happened. After all that work and getting blown up, I'm exhausted. Tomorrow I'll have to do a million equipment checks and just trying to figure out what exploded. But for now, I just want to sleep. I'm in the rover again tonight. Even with the hydrogen gone, I'm reluctant to hang out in a hab that has a history of exploding for no reason. Plus, I can't be sure there's not a leak. This time, I brought a proper meal and something to listen to that isn't disco. Before we start on Soul 41, there's another ad coming, so we're going to go ahead and do that before we continue. Hmm. It's going to reach into Nietzsche. I still here listening at the same time, just look up something. Oh, thank you for hanging out. If you could hear me, I don't know if you have ads at the moment or not. You should, because I started them manually. Which means I'm talking to nothing. I. This is one of my favorite books. The movie's great, but with the book, I like the movie toned down his sarcastic asshole. Just a little bit, not a whole lot, but just a little. But in the book you get everything, and it's being read to you by a sarcastic asshole. Andy Weir is a really good sci-fi author. I enjoy it. But yeah, we are on page 54 of 435. Mm-hmm. I think I actually sped up my writing, like consciously or reading unconsciously. Because like Because, like, I was gonna say, it's like, in 2.5 hours, I'd probably be on close to page 300 if I was reading myself. Uh, so, like, when I'm reading out loud, which is something I don't really have a lot of experience in doing, as, like, for my kid, like, I read aloud to this child for like 6 months, and then she was just like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself." And then she just started reading to herself. I was like, "Okay, well, it's not my problem anymore." Uh, Yay! So that would be it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sweetie. Yeah, I love that even now they're only getting half the conversation. Yeah. I'm just And like, because right now, like, I don't even have any of our like reactives on the screen. It's just the animated artwork. So now they can't tell that I'm actually talking to other people. Oh, it's fucking great. Anyway, and it's looking up a little bit. Mm. Soul 41. I spent the day running full diagnostics on every system in the hab. It was incredibly boring. But my survival depends on these machines, so it had to be done. You can't just assume an explosion did no long term damage. Well, I did the most critical tests first. Number one was the integrity of the HAB canvas. I felt pretty confident it was in good shape because I'd spent a few hours asleep in the rover before returning, and the pressure was still good. The computer reported no change in pressure over that time, other than a minor fluctuation based on temperature. Then, I checked the oxygenator. If that stops working, I can't fix it. I'm a dead man. No problems there. Whew. Then the atmospheric regulator. Again, no problems. Heating unit, primary battery array, oxygen, nitrogen storage tanks, water reclaimer, all three airlocks, lighting systems, main computer, and on I went, feeling better and better as each system proved to be a perfect working. Gotta hand it to NASA. They don't screw around when making this stuff. Then it came to the critical part, checking the dirt. I took a few samples from all over the hab. Remember, it's all a dirt floor now. And made some slides. Shaking hands, I put a slide into the microscope and brought the image up on screen. And there they were. Healthy, active bacteria just doing their bacteria thing. Looks like I won't be starving to death on Sol 400 after all. I plopped down in a chair and let my breathing return to normal. Then I set about cleaning up the mess, and I had a lot of time to think about what happened. So, what happened? I have a theory. According to the main computer, during the blast, the internal pressure spiked to 1.4 atmospheres and the internal temperature rose to 15 Celsius in under a second. But the pressure quickly subsided back to 1 atmosphere. Now, this would make sense if the atmospheric regulator were on, but I cut power to it. The temperature remained at 15 Celsius for some time afterward, so any heat expansion should still have been present. But the pressure dropped down again, so where did the extra pressure go? Raising the temperature and keeping the same number of atoms inside should permanently raise the pressure, but it didn't. I quickly realized the answer. The hydrogen, which was the only available thing to burn, combined with oxygen, hence the combustion, to become water. Now, water is 1,000 times as dense as gas, so the heat added to the pressure and the transformation of hydrogen and oxygen into water brought it back down again. Now, the $1,000,000 question is, where the hell did the water come from? The whole plan was to limit oxygen and keep an explosion from happening. And it was working for quite a while before it all blew up. But I think I have my answer, and it comes down to me brain farting. Remember when I decided not to wear a spacesuit? Yeah, that's the decision that almost killed me. The medical oxygen tank mixes pure oxygen with surrounding air, then feeds it to you through a little mask. The mask stays on your face with a little rubber band that goes around the back of your neck, which, by definition, is not an airtight seal. Now I know what you're thinking. The mask leaked oxygen. But no, I was breathing the oxygen. When I was inhaling, it makes a nearly airtight seal with the mask sucking into my face. The problem is exhaling. Do you know how much oxygen you absorb out of the air when you take a normal breath? I don't know either, but it's not 100%. Every time I exhaled, I added more oxygen into the system. It just didn't occur to me, but it should have. If your lungs grabbed up all oxygen, then mouth-to-mouth resuscitation would never work. I'm such a dumbass for not thinking of it, and my dumbassery nearly got me killed. I'm really gonna have to be more careful. Now, it's a good thing I burned off most of the hydrogen before the explosion, otherwise that would have been the end. As it is, the explosion wasn't strong enough to pop the hab. It was definitely strong enough to blast my eardrums in. This all started with me noticing a 60-liter shortfall in water production. Between deliberate burn-off and a bit of unexpected explosion, I'm back on track. The water reclaimer did its job and pulled 50 liters of water last night We're gonna start that sentence over again. The water reclaimer did its job last night and pulled 50 liters of the newly created water out of the air. It's stored in Lewis's spacesuit, which I'm now calling the cistern, here on out, because it just sounds cool. The other 10 liters of water was absorbed directly into the dry soil. I did a lot of physical labor today, so I earned a and to celebrate my first night back in the hab, kick back and watch some shitty 20th century TV courtesy of Commander Lewis. Dukes of Hazzard, eh? Let's give that a whirl. Soul 42. I slept in late today. I think I fucking deserved it. After 4 nights of awful sleep in the rover, my bunk felt like the softest, most profoundly beautiful feather bed ever made. Now, eventually, I dragged my ass out of bed and finished some post-explosion cleanup. I moved the potato plants back in today, and just in time, too. They're sprouting. They look happy and healthy. This isn't chemistry, medicine, bacteriology, nutrition analysis, explosion dynamics, or any of the other shit I've been doing lately. This is botany. I'm sure I can at least grow some plants without screwing up, right? But you know what really sucks? I've only made 130 liters of water. I have almost another 470 liters to go. You'd think, after almost killing myself twice, I'd be able to stop fucking around with hydrazine. But nope. I'll be reducing hydrogen and burning hydrogen in the hab every 10 hours for another 10 days. I'll do a better job of it from now on instead of counting on a clean reaction I'll do frequent hydrogen cleanings with a small flame. It'll burn off gradually instead of building up to kill mark levels. I'll have a lot of dead time here, though. 10 hours for each tank of CO2 to finish filling. It only takes 20 minutes to reduce the hydrazine and burn the hydrogen. I'll spend the rest of the time watching TV. And seriously, it's clear that General Lee can outrun a police cruiser. Why doesn't Roscoe just go to the Duke farm and arrest them when they're not in the car? Chapter 6. Venkat Kapoor returned to his office, dropped his briefcase on the floor, and collapsed into his leather chair. He took a moment to look out the windows. His office in Building 1 afforded him a commanding view of the large park in the center of the Johnson Space Center complex. Beyond that, dozens of scattered buildings dominated the view all the way to Mud Lake in the distance. Glancing at his computer screen, he noted 47 unread emails urgently demanding his attention. Today could wait. Today had been a very sad day. Today was the memorial service for Mark 1. The president had given a speech praising Watney's bravery and sacrifice, and the quick actions of Commander Lewis in getting everyone else to safety. Commander Lewis and the surviving crew via long-range communication from Hermes gave their eulogies for the departed comrade from space. They had another 10 months of travel yet to endure. The administrator had given a speech as well, reminding everyone that spaceflight is incredibly dangerous and that we will not back down in the face of adversity. They'd asked Venkat if he was willing to make a speech. He declined. What was the point? Watney was dead, and nice words from the director of Mars operations wouldn't bring him back. You okay, Venk? Came a familiar voice from the doorway. Venkat swiveled around. Yes, so, he said. Teddy Sanders swept a robe thread off his otherwise immaculate blazer. You could have given a speech. I didn't want to, you know that. Yeah, I know, I didn't want to either, but I'm the administrator of NASA. It's kind of expected. You sure you're okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. Good, Teddy said, adjusting his cufflinks. Let's get back to work then. Sure, Venkat shrugged. Let's start with you authorizing my satellite time. Teddy leaned against the wall with a sigh. This again? Yes, Venkat said. This again. What is the problem? Okay, run me through it. What exactly are you after? Venkat leaned forward. Ares 3 was a failure, but we can still salvage something from it. We're funded for 5 Ares missions, and I think we can get Congress to fund a 6th. I don't know, Venk. It's simple, Teddy. Venkat pressed on. They evac'd after 6 souls. There's almost an entire mission's worth of supplies up there. It would only cost a fraction of a normal mission. It normally takes 14 pre-supply probes to prep a site. We might be able to send what's missing in 3, maybe even 2. Venk, the site got hit by a 175-kilometer-per-hour sandstorm. It'll be in really bad shape. Well, that's why I want the imagery, Venkat said. I just need a couple of shots of the site. We could learn a lot. Like what? You think we'd send people to Mars without being sure everything was in perfect working order? Listen, everything doesn't have to be perfect, Venkat said quickly. Whatever's broken, we'd send replacements for. And how will we know from imagery what's broken? Well, that's just the first step. They evac'd because the wind was a threat to the MAV, but the HAB can withstand a lot more punishment. It might still be in place. And it'll be really obvious. If it's popped, it'll be completely blown out and collapsed. If it's still standing, then everything inside is fine. And the rovers are solid. It can take any sandstorm Mars has to offer. Just let me take a look, Teddy. It's all right. Teddy paced to the windows and stared out at the vast expanse of darkness. You're not the only guy that wants satellite time. We have Ares 4 supply missions coming up. We need to concentrate on the Shipperelli crater. I don't get it, Teddy. What's the problem? Venkat asked. I'm talking about securing us another mission. We have 12 satellites in orbit around Mars. I'm sure you can spare one or two for a couple of hours. I can give you the windows of each shot when they'll be right angle for Ares 3. It's not about satellite time, Venk, Teddy interrupted. Venkat froze. Then, what? Teddy turned to face him. We're a public domain organization. There's no such thing as a secret or secure information here. So, any imagery we take goes directly to the public. Again, so... Mark Watney's body will be within 20 meters of the hat. Maybe partially buried in sand, but still very visible, with a comm antenna sticking out of his chest. Any images we take will show that. Venkat stared, then glared. This is why you denied my imagery request for 2 months? Hey, come on. Really, Teddy? He said, you're afraid of a PR problem? Listen, the media's obsession with Watney's death is finally starting to taper off, said Weir. It's been bad press after bad press for 2 months. Today's memorial gives people closure, and the media can move on to some other story. The last thing we want is to dredge everything back up. So what will we do then? He's not going to decompose. Be there. Never. Not forever, Teddy said. Within a year, he'll be covered in sand from normal weather activity. A year? Venkat said, rising to his feet. That's ludicrous. We can't wait a year for this. Why not? Ares 4 won't launch for another 5 years. Plenty of time. Venkat took a deep breath and thought for a moment. Okay, we'll consider this. Sympathy for Watney's family is really high. Ares 6 could bring the body home. We won't say that's the purpose of the mission, but we can make it clear that that will be a part of it. If we frame it that way, we'll get more support from Congress. But not if we wait for a year. In a year, nobody's going to care. Teddy rubbed his chin. Mindy Park stared at the sea. She had little else to do. The 3 a.m. shift was pretty dull. Only a constant stream of coffee. Monitoring the status of satellites around Mars had sounded like an exciting proposition when she took the transfer. But the satellites tended to take care of themselves. Her job turned out to be sending emails as imagery became available. Master's degree in mechanical engineering, she muttered, and I'm working in an all-night photo booth. She sipped on her coffee. A flicker on her screen announced that another set of images was dispatched. She checked the name on the work order, Venkat Kapoor. She posted the data directly to an internal server and composed an email to Dr. Kapoor. As she entered the latitude and longitude of the image, she recognized the numbers. 31.2 north, 28.5 west. Acidalia Prometea, Ares 3. Out of curiosity, she brought up the first of 17 images. As she expected, it was the Ares 3 site. She heard they were going to image it. Slightly ashamed of herself, she scoured the image for any sign of Watney's dead body. For a minute of foolish searching, she was simultaneously relieved and disappointed. She moved on to pursuing the rest of the image. The hab was intact, and Dr. Kapoor would be happy to see that. She brought the coffee mug to her lips, and then froze. She mumbled to herself. She brought up the NASA intranet and navigated to the site specifics of the Ares missions. After some quick research, she picked up her phone. Hey, this is Mindy Park at SatCon. I need the mission logs for Ares 3. Where can I get them? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, thanks. After some more time on the internet, she leaned back in her seat. She no longer needed the coffee to keep her awake. Picking up the phone again, she said, "Hello? Security, this is Mindy Park at SatCon. I need the emergency contact number for Dr. Venkat Kapoor." Yes, this is actually an emergency. Mindy fidgeted in her seat as Venkat trudged in. To have the director of Mars operations visiting SatCon was unusual enough. Seeing him in jeans and a t-shirt, even more unusual. "You Mindy Park?" he asked with the scowl of a man operating under 2 hours of sleep. "Yes," she said, quavering. "Sorry to drag you in." "I'm assuming you had a good reason." "So?" She said, looking down. It's, well, the imagery you ordered. Come take a look." He pulled another chair to a station and seated himself. "Is this about Watney's body? Is that why you're shook up?" No," she said. She winced at her own awkwardness and pointed to the screen. Venkat inspected the image. "Well, it looks like the hab's moving, so that's good news. Solar really looks good. The rovers are okay, too. Main dish isn't around, but no surprise there. What's the big emergency?" She said, touching her finger to the screen. "That." Venkat leaned in and looked closer. Just below the hab beside the rovers, 2 white circles sat in the sand. Looks like hab canvas. Maybe the hab didn't do well after all. I guess pieces got turned off. And, she interrupted, "They look like rover pop tents." Venkat looked again. Probably right. "So how did they get set up?" Mindy asked. Venkat shrugged. "Commander Lewis probably ordered them deployed during the evac. Not a bad idea. Have emergency shelters ready in case the MAV didn't work and the HAB breached." "Yeah, Mindy said, opening a document on her computer. "This is the entire mission log for Souls 1 through 6, from MDV touchdown to MAV emergency liftoff." "Yeah, and?" "Thank you for the follow, Mara." "Okay, and?" "I've read through it several times. They never threw out the pop tents." Her voice cracked at the last word. "Well, Venkat said, furrowing his brow. "They obviously did, but didn't make it into the log." "So they activated 2 emergency pop tents and never told anyone?" That doesn't make a lot of sense, no. Maybe the storm messed with the rovers and the tents auto-deployed. So after auto-deploying, they detached themselves from the rovers and lined up next to each other 20 meters away?" Venkat looked at the image. "Well, obviously they activated somehow." "Why are the solar cells clean then?" Mindy said, fighting back tears. "There was a huge sandstorm. Why isn't there signal?" "A good wind could have done it," Venkat said, unsure. "Did I mention I never found Watney's body?" she said, sniffling. Venkat's eyes widened as he stared at the pictures. "Oh," he said quietly. "Oh, God." Mindy put her hands over her face and sobbed violently. "Fuck," Andy Montrose said. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." Teddy glared across his immaculate mahogany desk. Every time I read the word mahogany, it's always going to come out as mahogany. Teddy, Teddy, Teddy glared across his immaculate mahogany desk at his director of media relations. Not helping Annie. He turned to his director of Mars operations. How sure are we of this? Nearly 100%, Venkat said. Look, Annie said. Teddy moved a folder on his desk slightly to the right so it would line up with his mouse pad. It is what it is. We have to deal with it. Do you have any idea the magnitude shitstorm this is going to be? She retorted. You don't have to face those damn reporters every day. I do. One thing at a time, Teddy said. Venk, what makes you so sure he's alive? Well, for starters, no body, Venkat explained. Also, the pop tents are set up, and the solar cells are clean. I just blanked. I don't know what English is right now. Okay. And the solar cells are clean. You can thank Mindy Park at SatCon for noticing all that, by the way. But, Venkat continued, his body could have been buried in the Sol 6 storm. The pop tents might have auto-deployed, and the wind could have blown them around. A 30-kilometer windstorm came sometime later, and it would have been strong enough to clean the solar cells, but not strong enough to carry sand. It's not likely, but it's possible. So, I spent the last few hours checking everything I could. Commander Lewis had 2 outings in World War II. The second was on Sol 5. According to the logs, after returning, she plugged it into the hab for recharging, and it wasn't used again. 13 hours later, they evac. He slid a picture across the desk to Teddy. That's one of the images from last night. As you can see, Rover 2 is facing away from the hab. The charging port is in the nose, and the cable isn't long enough to reach. Teddy absently rotated the picture to be parallel with the edges of his desk. She must have parked it facing the hab, or she wouldn't have been able to plug it in, he said. It's been moved since Sol 5. Yeah, Venkat said, sliding another picture over to Teddy. But here's the real evidence. In the lower right image, you can see the MDV. It's been taken apart. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have done that without telling us. And the clincher is on the right of the image, Venkat pointed. The landing struts of the MAV. Looks like the fuel plant has been completely removed, with considerable damage to the struts in the process. There's no way that could have happened before liftoff. It would have endangered the MAV way too much for Lewis to allow it. Hey, Annie said, why don't you just talk to Lewis? Let's go to Capcom and ask her directly. Rather than answer, Venkat looked at Teddy knowingly. Because, Teddy said, if Watney really is alive, we don't want the Ares 3. What? She said, how can you not tell them? They have another 10 months on their trip home, Teddy explained. Space travel is dangerous. They need to be alert and undistracted. They're sad they've lost a crewmate, but they'd be devastated to find out they'd abandoned him alive. Annie looked at Venkat. You're on board with this? It's a no-brainer, Venkat said. Let them deal with the emotional trauma when they're not on the spaceship. This will be the most talked about event since Apollo 11, Annie said. How will you keep it from them? Teddy shrugged. Oh, that part's easy. We control all communication with them anyway. Fuck, Annie said, opening her laptop. When do you want to go public? Well, what's your take, he asked. Annie said, we can hold the pics for 24 hours before we're required to release them. We'll need to send out a statement along with them. We don't want people working it out on their own. We'd look like assholes. Okay, Teddy agreed. Put together a statement. Oh, well, that'll be fun, she grumbled. Where do we go from here? Teddy asked Venkat. Well, step 1 is communication, Venkat said. On the pics, it's clear the comm array is ruined. We need another way to talk. Once we can talk, we can assess and make plans. All right, Teddy said, get on it. Take anyone you want from any department, use as much overtime as you need, find a way to talk to him. That is your only job right now. Got it. Annie, make sure nobody gets wind of this until we announce. Right, Annie said. Who else knows? Just three of us and Mindy Park and Satcom, Venkat said. I'll have a word with her, Annie said. Teddy stood up and opened his cell phone. I'm going to Chicago. I'll be back tomorrow. Why? Annie asked. That's where Watney's parents live, Teddy said. I owe them a personal explanation before it breaks on the news. Oh, well, they'll be happy to hear their son's alive, Annie said. Yes, he's alive, Teddy said. But if my math is right, he's doomed to starve to death before it could possibly help him. I'm not looking forward to that conversation. Fuck, Annie said thoughtfully. Annie's favorite was fuck, if anybody hadn't figured that out yet. Okay. Nothing? Nothing at all? Venkat groaned. Are you kidding me? You've had 20 experts working for 12 hours on this. We have a multi-billion-dollar communication network, and you can't figure out any way to talk to him? The two men in Venkat's office fidgeted in their chairs. He's got no radio, said Chuck. Well, actually, said Morris. He's got a radio, but he doesn't have a dish. The thing is, Chuck continued, without the dish, a signal would have to be really strong. Yeah, like melting pigeon strong, supply. For him to get it, Chuck finished. We consider using the Martian satellites, Morris said. They're way closer, but the math doesn't work out. Even Super Surveyor 3, which has the strongest transmitter, would need to be 14 times more powerful. 17 times, Chuck said. No, 14 times, Morris asserted. No, it's 17. You forgot the amperage minimum for the heaters to keep the... Guys, Venkat interrupted. I get the idea. Sorry. Sorry if I'm grumpy, Venkat said. I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. No problem, I said. Totally understandable, Chuck says. Okay. Explain to me how a single windstorm moved our ability to talk to Ares 3. Failure of imagination, Chuck said. We totally didn't see it coming, Morris agreed. How many backup communication systems does Ares' mission have? Venkat asked. 4, Chuck said. 3, said Morris. No, it's 4, Chuck corrected. He said backup systems, Morris insisted. That means not including the primary system. Oh, right. Yeah. So 4 systems in total, Venkat said. So explain to me how we lost all 4. Well, Chuck said, the primary ran through the big satellite dish, and it blew away the storm. The rest of the backups were in the MAV. Yep, Morris agreed. The MAV is like a communication machine. Earth, Hermes, even satellites on Mars if it has to. And it has 3 independent systems to make sure nothing short of a meteor strike can stop. Problem is, Chuck said, Commander Lewis and the rest of them took the MAV when they left. So 4 independent communication systems became 1, and that broke. It's finished. Venkat pinched the bridge of his nose. How could we overlook this? Chuck shrugged. It never occurred to us. We never thought someone would be on Mars without an MAV. I mean, come on, Morris said. What are the odds? Chuck turned to him. 1 in 3 based on the empirical data, which is pretty bad when you think about it. Which is not inaccurate. Oh, this this was going to be rough, and Annie knew it. Not only did she have to deliver the biggest mea culpa in NASA's history, every second of it would be remembered forever. Every movement of her arms, intonation of her voice, and expression on her face would be seen by millions of people over and over and over again. Not just the immediate press cycle, but for decades to come. Every documentary made about Watney would have this clip in it. She was confident that none of that concern showed on her face as she took the podium. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, she said to the assembled reporters. We have an important announcement to make if you can all take your seats. What's this about, Anne? Brian Hess from NBC asked. Has something happened to Hermes? Please take your seats, Annie repeated. The reporters milled about, argued over seats for a brief time before finally settling down. This is a short but very important announcement, Annie said. I won't be taking any questions at this time, but we will have a full press conference with Q&A in about an hour. We have reviewed satellite imagery from Mars and have confirmation that astronaut Mark Watney is currently still alive. After 1 full second utter silence, the room exploded with noise. A week after the stunning announcement, it was still the top story on every news network in the world. I'm getting sick of daily press conferences, Venkat whispered to Annie. I'm getting sick of hourly press conferences, Annie whispered back. The two stood with countless other NASA managers and executives bunched up on a small stage in the press room. They faced a pit of hungry reporters, all desperate for any scrap of new information. Sorry I'm late, Teddy said, entering from a side door. He pulled some flashcards from his pocket, squared them in his hands, and cleared his throat. In the 9 days since announcing Mark Watney's survival, we've received a massive show of support from all sectors. We're using this shamelessly in every way we can. A small chuckle cascades through the room. Yesterday, at our request, the entire SETI network has focused on Mars, just in case Watney was sending a weak radio signal. Turns out he's not, but it shows the level of commitment everybody has to helping us. The public is engaged, and we will do our best to keep everyone informed. I recently learned that CNN will be dedicating a half-hour segment every weekday to reporting on just this issue. We will assign several members of our media relations team to that program so the public can get the latest information as fast as possible. Back when it was a reliable source of news. We have adjusted the orbits on 3 satellites so we can get more view time on the Ares 3 site and hope to catch an image of Mark outside soon. If we can see him outside, we will be able to draw conclusions about his physical health based on stance and activities. Now the questions are many. How long can he last? How much food does he eat? Can Ares 4 rescue him? Will we talk to him? All the answers to these questions are not what we want to hear. I can't promise we'll succeed in rescuing him, but I can promise this. The entire focus of NASA will be to bring Mark Watney home. This will be our overriding and singular obsession until he's either back on Earth or confirmed dead on Mars. Nice speech, Venkat said as he entered Teddy's office. Meant every word of it, Teddy said. Oh, I know. What can I do for you, Venk? Well, I've got an idea. Well, JPL has an idea. I'm the messenger. I like ideas, Teddy said, gesturing to the seat. Venkat sat down. We can rescue him with Ares 4. It's very risky. We ran the idea by the Ares 4 crew, and not only are they willing to do it, but now they're really pushing it. Naturally, Teddy said, astronauts are inherently insane and extremely noble. So what's the idea? Yes, that is absolutely true. Well, Venkat began, it's in the rough stages, but JPL thinks the MTV can be misused to save him. Ares 4 hasn't even launched yet. Why misuse an MDV? I'll make something better. Well, we don't have time to make a custom craft. Actually, he can't even survive till Ares 4 gets there, but that's a different problem. So, tell me about the MTV. Well, JPL strips it down, loses a bunch of weight, adds some extra fuel tanks. Ares 4 lands at the Ares 3 cruise site very efficiently. Then, with a full burn, and I mean a full burn, they can lift off again. It can't get back into orbit, but it can go to the Ares 4 site on a lateral trajectory. That's, well, really scary. Then they have an MAV. How are they losing weight? Teddy asked. Don't they already have it as light as it can be? By removing safety and emergency. Wonderful, Teddy said. So we'd be risking the lives of 6 more people. Yep, Venkat said. It would be safer to leave the Ares 4 crew in Hermes and only send the pilot down with the MDV. But that would mean giving up the mission, and they'd rather risk that. They're astronauts, Teddy said. They're astronauts, Venkat confirmed. Well, that's a ludicrous idea, and I'd never okay it. Well, we'll work on it some more, Venkat said. Try to make it safer. You do that. So, any idea how to keep them alive for 4 years? Nope. Work on that one too. Boo. Eddie swiveled in his chair and looked out. Good Lisa, thank you for the follow. Looked out of the window to the sky beyond. Night was edging in. What must it be like, he pondered. He's stuck out there. He thinks he's totally alone. We all gave up on him. What kind of effect does that have on a man's psychology? He turned to Venkat. I wonder what he's thinking right now. Log entry. Log entry, soul number 61. How come Aquaman can control whales? They're dolphins. It makes no sense. The thoughts of a stranded man. Like, it's little things like that that I wish, like, made it into the movie. Because, like, that's like a 3-second line, right? Like, a little cut to him. Because, like, that whole scene with Teddy and Venkat made it in the movie. And it would just take, like, a little, like, thing. Like, a little, like, 3-second shot of Watney just sitting there looking at his potatoes, tapping his face, going, Aquaman can control whales. They're mammoths. It makes no sense. Like, and I can guarantee you Matt Damon would be more than happy to do it, because he's the actor that plays him. And Matt Damon's a great actor. Foreign movies notwithstanding. Anyway, Soul 63. I finished making water some time ago. I'm no longer in danger of blowing myself up. The potatoes are growing nicely. Nothing has conspired to kill me in weeks. And 70s TV keeps me disturbingly more entertained than it should. Things are stable on Mars. It's time to start thinking long term. Even if I find a way to tell NASA I'm alive, there's no guarantee they'll be able to save me. I need to be proactive. I need to figure out how to get to Ares 4. It won't be easy. Ares 4 will be landing at the Schiaparelli crater, which is 3,200 kilometers away. In fact, their MAV is already there. I know because I watched Martinez land it there. It takes 18 months for the MAV to make its fuel, so it's the first thing NASA sent along. Sending it 48 months early gives it plenty of extra time in case fuel reactions go slower than expected. But, much more importantly, it means a precision, soft landing can be done remotely by a pilot in orbit. Direct remote operation from Houston isn't an option. They're anywhere from 4 to 20 light minutes away. Ares 4's MAV spent 11 months getting to Mars. It left before us, got here around the same time we did. As expected, Martinez landed it. It was one of the last things we did before piling into our MDV and heading down to the surface. Ah, the good old days, when I had a crew with me. I'm lucky. 3,200 kilometers isn't that bad. It could have been up to 10,000. And, because I'm on the flattest part of Mars, the first 650 kilometers is nice, smooth terrain. Yay, Acidelia planitia! But the rest of it is nasty, rugged, crater-pocked. Now, obviously I'll have to use a rope. And guess what? They're not designed for massive overland journeys. This is going to be a research effort with a bunch of experimentation. I'll have to become my own little NASA, figuring out how to explore far from the have. Good news, lots of time. Almost 4 years, actually. Some stuff is obvious. I'll need to use a rover. It'll take a long time, so I need to bring supplies. I need to recharge en route, and rovers don't have solar cells, so I'll need to steal some from the hab. During the trip, I'll need to breathe, eat, and drink. Lucky for me, the tech specs for everything are right here in the computer. I'll need to trick out the rover. Basically, it'll have to be a mobile hab. So I'll pick Rover 2 as my target. We have a certain bond, after I spent 2 days in it during the Great Hydrogen Scare of Sol 37. There's too much to think about all at once, so for now, I'll just think about power. Our mission has a 10-kilometer operational radius. Knowing we wouldn't take a straight line, NASA designed the rovers to go 35 kilometers on a full charge. That presumes flat, reasonable terrain. Each rover has a 9,000 watt-hour battery. So step 1 is to loot Rover 1's battery and install it on Rover 2. Ta-da! I just doubled my full charge rate. There's just one complication. Heating. Part of the battery power goes to heating the rover. You may not know this, but Mars is really cold. Normally, we were expected to do all EVAs in under 5 hours. But I'll be living 24 hours a day, or 24 and a half hours a day. According to the specs, the heating equipment soaks up 400 watts. So keeping it on would heat up 9,800 watt hours per day, over half my power supply. But I do have a free source of heat. Me! A couple million years of evolution gave me warm-blooded technology. I can just turn off the heater and wear layers. The rover's got good insulation too. It'll have to be enough. I need every bit of power. According to my boring math, moving the rover eats 200 watt hours of juice to go 1 kilometer. So using full 18,000 watt hours for movement, minus negligible for the computer, life support, etc., gets me 90 kilometers of travel. Now, talking. I'll never actually go 90 kilometers on a single charge. I'll have hills to deal with, rough terrain, sand, etc. But it's a good ballpark, and it tells me that I will need at least 35 days of travel to get to Ares 4. It'll probably be more like 50, but it's plausible. At the rover's blazing top speed of 25 kilometers per hour, it'll take me 3.5 hours before I run the battery down. I can drive in twilight and save the sunny part of the day for charging. This time of year, I get about 13 hours of light. So how many solar cells will I have to pull from the hemp farm? Well, thanks to the fine taxpayers of the United States of America, I have over 100 square meters of the most expensive solar paneling ever made. It has an astounding 10.2% efficiency, which is good because Mars doesn't get nearly as much sunlight as Earth. Only 500 to 700 watts per square meter compared to the 1400 that Earth gets. Long story short, I need to bring 28 square meters of solar cell. That's 14 panels. I can put 2 stacks of 7 on the roof. They'll stick out a bit over the edges, but as long as they're secure, I'm happy. Every day, after driving, I'll spread them out and wait all day. Man, it'll be dull. Well, it's a start. Tomorrow's mission, transfer Rover 1's battery to Rover 2. So before we start Soul 64, it is ad time once again. So we're going to go ahead and pop the ads on drink before we continue. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point he's thinking that he needs to ration CO2 filters, so a luxury trip isn't the best option. Oh, we'll get there. So I somehow ended up making an Irish druid. Yeah, it's fairly normal. Most druids end up being like Irish or Scottish. I want to make a Scottish druid, and I'm gonna homebrew the Circle of the Bog. I'm gonna make a Scottish druid and homebrew a new Circle of the Bog. It's mostly revolved around fart jokes. Did you really make an Irish druid just to take Power Word D's nuts? Did me locking it away from your artificer irritate you that much? Because if so, goal succeeded. and now I go take and now I go take it away from druids. Guys, I am so mean to poor Will. Poor Will. Poor Will that has been allowed to pursue steam engines in a D&D world. Yes, poor Will. Your your mother is a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. Uh, my mother would set the world record for the largest hamster. Thank you very much. And the father probably does smell of elderberries. Ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. I sit here and play with my appetite. Okay, moving on. Soul 64. Sometimes things are easy, and sometimes they're not. Getting the battery out of Rover 1 was easy. I removed the two clamps on the undercarriage, and it just drops. The cabling is easy to detach too. Just a couple of complicated plugs. Attaching it to Rover 2, however, is another story. There's just nowhere to put it. The thing is huge. Sorry, the thing is huge. It's huge because it's full of cafe. Okay, I'm done now. Anyway, uh, this thing is huge. I was barely able to drag it, and that's in Martian ground. It's just too big. There's no room in the undercarriage for a second one. There's no room on the roof either. That's where the solar cells are going to go. There's no room inside the cabin, and it wouldn't fit through the airlock anyway. But fear not, I have found a solution. For emergencies completely unrelated to this one, NASA provided 6 square meters of extra HAB canvas and some really impressive resins. The same kind of resin, in fact, that saved my life on Sol 6. You know, the batch kit I used to fix the hole in my suit. In the event of a HAB breach, everyone would run to the airlocks. Procedure was to let the HAB pop rather than die trying to prevent it. Then we'd suit up, assess the damage. Once we found the breach, we'd seal it with the spare canvas and resin, then re-inflate, and we're good as new. The 6 square meters of spare canvas was a convenient 1 by 6 meters, so I cut 10 centimeter wide strips, used them to make a sort of harness. I used the resin and straps to make 2 10-meter circumference loops. Then I put a big patch of canvas on each end. I now had a poor man's saddlebag for my rover. This is getting more and more wagon train every day. The resin sets almost instantly, but it gets stronger if you wait now. So I did. Then I suited up and dragged out to the room. and headed out to the roof. I dragged the battery to the side of the rover, looped one end of the harness around it, then I threw the other end over the roof. On the other side, I filled it with rocks. When the two weights were roughly equal, I was able to pull the rocks down and bring the battery up. Yay! I unplugged Rover 2's battery and plugged in Rover 1's. I then went through the airlock to the rover and checked all systems. Everything was A-OK. I drove the rover around a bit to make sure the harness was secure. Found a few largish rocks to drive over just to shake things up, and the harness held. Hell yeah. For a short time, I wondered how to splice the second battery's leads into the main power supply. My conclusion was, fuck it. There's no need to have continuous power supply. When battery 1 runs out, I can get out, unplug 1, plug in 2. Why not? It's a 10-minute EVA once per day. I'd have to swap batteries again when I'm recharging them, but again, so what? I spent the rest of the day sweeping off the solar cell farm. Soon, I shall be looting it. Sol 65. The solar cells were a lot easier to manage than the battery. They're light, thin, just laying around on the ground. And I had one additional bonus. I was the one who set them up in the first place. Well, okay, it wasn't just me. Vogel and I worked together. And boy, did we drill on it. We spent almost an entire week drilling on the solar array alone, and we drilled more whenever they figured we had spare time. The array was mission critical. If we broke the cells or rendered them useless, the hab wouldn't be able to make power, and the mission would end. You might wonder what the rest of the crew were doing while we assembled the array. They were setting up the hab. Remember, everything in my glorious kingdom came here in boxes. We had to set them up on Sols 1 and 2. Each solar cell is on a lightweight lattice that holds it at a 14-degree angle. I'll admit, I don't know why it's a 14-degree angle. Something about maximizing energy. Anyway, moving the cells was simple, and the hab could support them. With the reduced load of only supporting one human instead of 6, a 14% energy production loss is completely irrelevant. Then it was time to sack them on the roof. I considered removing the rock sample container. It's nothing more than a large canvas bag attached to the roof. It's too small to hold the solar cells, but after some time I left it there, figuring it would provide a good cushion. The cells stacked well. I mean, they were made to, for transport to Mars. And the two stacks sat nicely on the roof. They hung over the roof to the left and the right edges. I wasn't going to go through any tunnels, so I didn't really care. With some more abuse of the emergency hab material, I made straps to tie the cells down. The rover has external handles near the front and the back. They were there to help us load rocks on the roof. They made perfect anchor points for the straps. I stood back and admired my work. Hey, I earned it. It wasn't even noon, and I was done. I came back to the hab, had some lunch, worked on my craps. I mean, technically craps is also correct, but worked on my crops for the rest of the sol. It's been 39 sols since I planted the potatoes, which is about 40 Earth days, and it was time to reap and resow. They grew even better than I expected. Mars has no insects, no parasites, or blights to deal with, and the hab maintains perfect growing temperature and moisture at all times. They were small compared to the taters you'd usually eat, but that's fine. What I wanted was enough to support growing new plants. So I dug them up, being careful to leave their plants alive, and I cut them up into small pieces with one eye each and reseeded them into new dirt. If they keep growing this well, I'll be able to last a good long time here. After all that physical labor, I deserve to. I rifled through Johansson's computer today and found an endless supply of digital books. Looks like she books. Looks like she's a big fan of Agatha Christie, the Beatles, Christie. I guess she's an Anglophile or something. I remembered liking Hercule Poirot TV specials back when I was a kid. Start with the mysterious affair at Styles. It's like that's the first one. Soul 66. The time has come. Ominous musical crescendo. For some missions. NASA gets to name their missions after gods and stuff, so why can't I? Henceforth, Roper experimental missions will be serious missions. Get it, dogs? Well, if you don't, fuck you. Serious one will be tomorrow. The mission: start with fully charged batteries and solar cells on the roof and drive until I run out of power and see if I. Now, I won't be an idiot. I'm not driving directly away from the hab. Drive a half a kilometer stretch back and forth, so I'll be within a short walk of home at all times. Tonight, I'll charge up both batteries so that I can be ready for our little test drive tomorrow. I estimate 3.5 hours, so I'll need to bring fresh CO2 filters, and with the heater off, wearing 3 layers of clothes. Soul 67. Sirius 1 is complete. Well, more accurately, Sirius 1 was aborted after 1 hour. I guess you could call it a failure, but I prefer the term learning experience. Things started out fine. I drove a nice flat spot a kilometer away from the hab and started going back and forth over a 500-meter stretch. I quickly realized this would be a crappy test. After a few laps, I had compressed the soil enough to have a nice solid path, nice hard ground, which makes for abnormally high energy efficiency. So I shook it up for a bit. I drove randomly around to making sure to stay within a kilometer of the hab, a much more realistic test. After an hour, things started to get cold. And I mean, really cold. The rover's always cold when we first get in it. When you haven't disabled the heater, it warms up right away. I expected it to be cold. Jesus Christ. I was fine for a while. My own body heat plus 3 layers of clothing kept me warm, and the rover's insulation is top notch. The heat that escaped my body just warmed up the interior, but there's no such thing as perfect insulation, and eventually the heat left the great outdoors while I got colder and colder. Within an hour, I was chattering and numb. Enough was enough. There's no way I could do a long trip like this. Turning the heater back on, I drove straight back to the hab. Once I got home, I sulked for a while. All my brilliant plans foiled by thermodynamics. Damn you, entropy! I'm in a bind. The damn heater will eat half my battery power every day. I could turn it down, I guess. Be a little cold but not freezing, but even then I'd still lose at least a quarter. This would require some thought. I'd have to ask myself, what would Hercule Poirot do? I'll have to put on my little glazed cells to work on the problem. Soul 68. Well, shit. I came up with a solution, but remember when I burned rocket fuel in the hab? This will be more dangerous. I'm gonna use the RTG. For those at home, the RTG, radioisotope thermoelectric generator, is a big box of plutonium. But not the kind used in nuclear bombs. No. This plutonium is way more dangerous. Plutonium, plutonium 238. But, I drink. That was a failure. You take 44 psychic damage. Plutonium-238 is an incredibly unstable isotope. It's so radioactive, that it gets all red hot by itself. As you can imagine, material that can literally fry an egg with radiation is kinda dangerous. The RTG houses the plutonium, catches the radiation in the form of heat, and turns it into power. It's not a reactor. The radiation can't be increased or decreased. It's purely a natural process happening in the atomic level. As long ago as the 1960s, NASA began using RTGs to power unmanned probes. They have lots of advantages over solar power. They're not affected by storms, they work day or night, they're literally internal, and you don't need delicate solar cells all over your probes. But they never used large RTGs on manned missions until the Ares program. Why not? Well, it should be pretty damn obvious. They didn't want to put astronauts next to a glowing hot ball of radioactive death. Now, I'm exaggerating a little. The plutonium inside is a bunch of pellets, each one sealed and insulated to prevent leakage, even if the outer container is breached. So for the Ares program, they took the risk. An Ares mission is all about the MAV. It's the single most important component. It's one of the few systems that can't be replaced or worked around. It is the only component that causes a complete scrub if it's solar cells are great in the short term, and they're good for long term if you have humans around to clean them. But the MIV sits alone for years, just quietly making fuel, then just kinda hangs out until crew arrives. Even when doing nothing, it needs power, so NASA can monitor it and run self-checks. The prospect of scrubbing a mission because a solar cell got dirty is unacceptable, so they needed a more reliable power source. So, each MIV comes equipped with an RTG. It has 2.6 kilos of plutonium-238, which makes almost 1500 watts of heat. And they can turn that into 100 watts of electricity. And the MIV runs on that until the works. Now, 100 watts isn't enough to keep the heater going. I don't care about the electric load. I want heat. A 1500 watt heater is so warm, I'll have to tear insulation out of the rover to keep it from getting too hot. As soon as the rovers were unstowed and activated, Dr. Lewis had the joy of disposing of the RTG. He detached it from the MAV, drove 4 kilometers away, and buried it. However safe it may be, it's still a radioactive core, and NASA didn't want it too close to the astronauts. Now, mission parameters don't give specific locations for the dump the RTG, just at least 4 kilometers away, so I'll have to go find it. Now, I have 2 things working for me. First, I was assembling solar panels with Vogel when Commander Lewis drove off, so I saw the direction she was headed was due south. Also, she planted a 3-meter pole with a bright green flag over where she buried it. Green shows up extremely well against Martian terrain, and is made to ward us off in case we get lost when a rover EVA later on. So, my plan is this. Head south 4 kilometers, and search till I find a green flag. Having rendered Rover 1 unusable, I'll have to use my mutant rover for the trip. I can make use of a useful test mission of it. I'll see how well the battery holds up on a real journey and how well their solar cells do strapped to them. I'll call it Sirius 2. Sol 69. Now I'm no stranger to Mars. I've been here a long time, but I've never been out of sight of the hab before today. You wouldn't think it would make a difference, but it does. As I made my way toward the RTG's burial site, it hit me. Mars is a barren wasteland, and I am completely alone with it. I already knew that, of course, but there's a difference between knowing and really experiencing. All around me, there was nothing but dust, rocks, an endless empty desert in all directions. The planet's famous red color is from iron oxide coating everything, so it's literally not just a desert. It's a desert so old it's literally rusting. The hab is my only hint of civilization. Seeing it disappear made me way more uncomfortable than I'd like to admit. I put those thoughts behind me to concentrate on driving and what was in front of me. I found the RTG right where it was supposed to be, 4 kilometers due south of the hab. It wasn't hard to find. Commander Lewis had buried it on top of a small hill. She probably wanted to make sure everybody could see the green flag, and it worked great. Except instead of avoiding it, I beelined to it and dug it up. Not exactly what she was going for, I guess. It was a large cylinder with heat sinks all around it. I could feel the warmth it gave off even through my suit's gloves. That's really disconcerting. Especially when you know the root cause of that heat is radiation. Well, there's no point in putting it on the roof. My plan was to have it in the cabin anyway, so I brought it in with me and turned off the heater and drove back to the hab. It took exactly 10 minutes to get home, and even with the heater off, the rover became an uncomfortably hot 37 degrees Celsius. The RTG would definitely be able to. The trip also proved that by rigging the solar cells and extra batteries stayed beautifully in place while traversing the 8 kilometers of random terrain. I hereby declare Sirius 2 to be a successful mission. I spent the rest of the day vandalizing the interior of the rover. The pressure compartment is made of carbon composite, but just inside that is insulation, which is covered by hard plastic. So I used a sophisticated method to remove sections of plastic, a hammer, then carefully remove the solid foam insulation with the hammer. After tearing out some insulation, I suited up and took the RTG outside. Soon the rover cooled down again and I brought it back in. I watched the temperature rise slowly, nowhere near as fast as it had on my trip back from the burial. So I cautiously removed more insulation, scientifically, with a hammer, and checked again. After a few more cycles of this, I had enough insulation torn out, the RTG could barely keep up with it. In fact, it was losing battle. Over time, the heat will slowly gel. That's fine. It turned the heater on for short bursts. I brought the insulation pieces with me back into the hab. Using advanced construction techniques, duct tape, I reassembled some of them into a square. I figured if things ever got really cold, I can tape that to a bare patch in the rover, and then the RTG will be winning the heat. Tomorrow, Sirius 3, which is just Sirius 1 again, but without freezing. Sol 70. Today, I write to you from the rover. I'm halfway through Sirius 3, and things are going well. I set out at first light and drove laps around the hab, trying to stay on untouched ground. The first battery lasted just under 2 hours. After a quick EVA to switch the cables, I got back to driving. When it was all said and done, I had driven 81 kilometers in 3 hours and 27 minutes. That's very good. Now, mind you, the land around the hab is really flat, as is all of Acidalia. Yes. I have no idea what my efficiency will be like on the nastier land en route to Ares 4. The second battery still had a little juice left, but I can't just run it down all the way before it's done. Remember, I do need life support while recharging. The CO2 gets absorbed through a chemical process, but if the fan that pushes it isn't working, I'll choke. The oxygen pump is also kind of. After my drive, I set up the solar cells, which was hard work, because the last time I had Vogel's help. They aren't heavy, just kind of awkward. After setting up half of them, I figured I could drag them rather than carrying them, and that sped things up. Now I'm just waiting for batteries to recharge, and I'm bored. So, I'm updating the log. I have all the Perot books in my computer, and that'll help. It's going to take 12 hours to recharge after. What's that, you say? 12 hours is wrong? I said 13 before. Well, my friend, let me set you straight. The RTG is a generator. It's a paltry amount of power compared to what the rover consumes, but it's not nothing. It's 100 watts. It'll cut an hour off my total recharge time. So why not use it? I wonder what NASA would think of me fucking with the RTG like this. They'd probably hide under the desks and cuddle with their slide rules for comfort. Sol 71. As predicted, it took 12 hours to charge the batteries to full. I came straight home as soon as they were done. Time to make plans for Sirius 4. I think it'll be a multi-day field trip. Looks like power and battery recharging are solved. Food's not a problem. There's plenty of space to store things. Water's even easier than food. I only need 2 liters a day to feel comfortable. When I do my trip to Ares 4 for real, I'll need to bring the oxygenator. It's big and I don't want to screw with it right now, so I'll rely on O2 and CO2 filters for Sirius 4. CO2 isn't a problem. I started this grand adventure with 1,500 hours of CO2 filters, plus another 720 for emergency use. All systems use standard filters. Aha! Apollo 13 taught us important lessons. Since then, I've used 131 hours of filters, and I have 2,809 left. 87 days worth. That's plenty. Oxygen is a little trickier. The rover was designed to support 3 people for 2 days, plus some reserved for safety. So its O2 tanks can hold enough to last me 7 days. That is not enough. Mars has almost no atmospheric pressure. Inside the rover has 1 atmosphere. So the oxygen tanks are on the inside. Less pressure differential to deal with. Why does it matter? It means I could bring along other oxygen tanks and equalize them with the rover's tanks without having to do any EVA. So today, I detached one of the hab's 2 25-liter liquid oxygen tanks and brought it into the rover. According to NASA, a human needs 588 liters of oxygen per day to live. Compressed liquid oxygen is about 1,000 times as dense as gaseous oxygen in a comfortable atmosphere. So long story short, with the HAB tank, I have enough oxygen to last 49 days. That will be Sirius 4 will be a 20-day trip. Now, that may seem a bit long, but I have specifically a goal in mind. Besides, my trip to Ares 4 will be at least 40 days, so it's a good scale. While I'm away, the HAB can take care of itself, but the potatoes are an issue. I'll saturate the ground with most of the water I have. Then I'll deactivate the atmospheric regulator so it doesn't pull the water out of the air. It'll be humid as hell. Water will condense on every surface, but it will keep the potatoes' water blowing away. The bigger problem is CO2. The potatoes needed to breathe. I know what you're thinking. Mark, old chap, you produce CO2. It's all part of the majestic circle of nature. The problem is, how I put it. Sure, I exhale CO2 with every breath, but I don't have any way to store it. I could turn off the oxygenator and the atmospheric regulator and just fill the hab over time. But CO2 is deadly to me. So I need to release a bunch at once and run away. Remember the MAV fuel plant? It collects CO2 from the Martian atmosphere. A 10-liter tank of compressed liquid CO2 vented into the hab will be enough to do the trick. That'll take less than a day to create. Oh, that's everything. Once I vent CO2 into the hab, turn off the atmospheric regulator, turn off the oxygenator, dump a bunch of water on the crops, and leave. Serious fun. Huge step forward in my rover research, and I can start tomorrow. Let's see. We're gonna read through one more chapter. Hello, and thank you for joining us, Kathy Warner said to the camera. Today on CNN's Mark Watney Report, several EVAs over the past few days. What do they mean? What progress has NASA made on a rescue? And how will this affect the Ares 4 preparations? Joining us today is Dr. Venkat Kapoor, Director of Mars Operations for NASA. Dr. Kapoor, thank you for coming. It's a pleasure to be here, Kathy, Venkat said. Dr. Kapoor, Kathy said, Mark Watney is the most watched man in the solar system, what do you say? Venkat nodded. Certainly the most watched by NASA. We have all 12 of our Martian satellites taking pictures of his site whenever it's in view. The European Space Agency has both of theirs doing the same. So, all told, how often do you get these images? Every few minutes. Sometimes there's a gap based on satellite orbits, but it's enough that we can track all of his EVA activities. Well, tell us about his latest EVAs. Well, Venkat said, looks like he's preparing Rover 2 for a long trip. On Sol 64, he took the battery from the other rover and attached it with a homemade sling. The next day, he detached 14 solar cells and stacked them on the roof. And then he took a little drive, didn't he? Kathy prompted. Yes, he did. Sort of aimlessly for about an hour, then back to the hab. He was probably testing. The next time we saw him drive was 2 days later, and he drove 4 kilometers away and then back. Another incremental test, we think. Then, over the past couple of days, he's been stocking it up with supplies. Kathy said, most analysts think Mark's only hope of rescue is to get to the Ares 4 site. Do you think he has the same conclusion? Probably, Venkat said. He doesn't know we're watching. From his point of view, Ares 4 is his only hope. Do you think he's planning to go soon? He seems to be getting ready for the trip. I hope not, Venkat said. There's nothing at the other site other than the MAV. None of the other pre-supplies have arrived yet. It would be a very long, very dangerous trip, and you'd be leaving the safety of the hab behind. But why would he risk it? Communication, Venkat said. Once he reaches the MAV, he could contact us. So that would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Well, communication would be a great thing, but traversing 3,200 kilometers to Ares 4 is incredibly dangerous. We'd rather he stayed put. If we could talk to him, we'd certainly tell him. He can't stay put forever, right? Eventually he'll need to get to the MAV. Not necessarily, Venkat said. JPL is experimenting with modifications to the descent vehicle so that it can make a brief overland flight before landing. I heard that idea was rejected for being too dangerous, Kathy said. Their first proposal was yes, but since then they've been working on safer ways to do it. But with only 3.5 years before Ares 4 scheduled launch, is there enough time to make test modifications? I can't answer that for sure. Remember, we made a lunar lander from scratch in 7 years. Excellent point, Kathy smiled. So what are his odds right now? No idea, Venkat said, but we're doing everything we can to bring him home alive. Mindy glanced nervously around the conference room. She never felt so thoroughly outranked in her life. Dr. Venkat Kapoor, who was 4 levels of management above her, sat to her left. Next to him was Bruce Ning, the director of JPL. He had flown all the way from Houston to Pasadena just for this meeting. Never one to let a precious time go to waste, he typed furiously on his laptop. The dark bags under his eyes made Mindy wonder just how overworked he actually was. Mitch Henderson, the flight director for Ares 3, swiveled back and forth in his chair, a wireless earpiece in his ear as it fed in real-time stream from all the comm chatter of mission control. He wasn't on shift, but he kept apprised at all times. Annie Montrose entered the conference room, texting as she walked. Never taking her eyes off her phone, she deftly navigated around the edge of the room, avoiding peoples and chairs, and sat in her usual spot. Mindy felt a pang of envy as she watched the director of media relations. She was everything Mindy wanted to be: confident, high-ranking, beautiful, and universally respected within NASA. How'd I do today? Venkat asked. Annie said, putting the phone away. You shouldn't say things like bring him home alive. It reminds people that he's going to die. You think they're going to forget that? You ask my opinion. Don't like it? Go fuck yourself. Such a delicate flower, Anne. How'd you end up being NASA's Director of Media Relations? Beats the fuck out of me, Annie said. Guys, Bruce said, I need to catch a flight back to LA in 3 hours. Is Teddy coming or not? I will quit bitching, Bruce, Annie said. None of us want to be here. Mitch turned the volume down on his earpiece and faced Mindy. Who are you again? Mindy said, I'm Mindy Park. I work in SatCon. You a director or something? No, I just work in SatCon. I'm a nobody. Venkat looked to Mitch. I'm put her in charge of tracking Watney. She gives us the imagery. Huh, said Mitch, not the director of SatCom? Bob's got more to handle than just Mars. Mindy's handling all the Martian satellites and keeps them pointed at Mars. Why Mindy? Mitch asked. She noticed he was alive in the first place. She gets a promotion because she was in the hot seat when the imagery came through? No, Venkat frowned. She gets a promotion because she figured out he was alive. Stop being a jerk, Mitch. You're making her feel bad. Mitch raised his eyebrows. Didn't think of that. Sorry, Mindy. Mindy looked around the table and managed to say, Yay. Teddy entered the room. Sorry I'm late. He took a seat and pulled several folders from his briefcase. Stacking them neatly, he opened the top one and squared the pages within. Let's get started. Venkat, what's Watney's status? Alive and well, Venkat said. No change from my email earlier today. What about the RTG? Does the public know about that yet? Teddy asked. Anne leaned forward. So far so good, she said. The images are public, but we have no obligation to tell them our analysis. Nobody has figured it out yet. Why'd he dig it up? Heat, I think, Venkat said. He wants to make the rover do long trips. It's going to use a lot of energy to keep you warm, and the RTG can heat up the interior without soaking battery power. It's a good idea, really. How dangerous is it? Teddy asked. As long as the container's intact, there's no danger at all. Even if it cracks open, he'll be okay if the pellets don't break. If the pellets break, too, he's a dead man. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen, he said. JPL, how are the MDV plans coming along? We came up with a plan a long time ago. Bruce said you rejected it. Bruce, Teddy cautioned. Bruce sighed. The descent vehicle wasn't made for left-off lateral flight. Packing more fuel in doesn't help. We need a bigger engine, and we don't have time to invent one. So we need to lighten the MDV, and we have an idea. The MDV can be its normal weight on primary descent. If we made the heat shield and outer hull detachable, they could ditch a lot of weight after landing at Ares 3 and have a lighter ship for traversing Ares 4. We're running numbers for it now. Keep me posted, Teddy said. He turned to Mindy. Miss Bark, welcome to the big leagues. Sir, Mindy said. She tried to ignore the long. Oh. What's the biggest gap in coverage we have on Watney right now? Mindy said. Once every 41 hours, we'll have a 17-minute gap. The orbits just work out that way. Ah, you had an immediate answer, Teddy said. Good. I like it when people are organized. Ah, thank you, sir. I want that gap down to 4 minutes, Teddy said. I'm giving you total authority over satellite trajectories and orbital adjustments, so make it happen. Yes, sir, Mindy said, with no idea how to actually accomplish that. Teddy looked to Mitch. Mitch, your email said you had something urgent? Yeah, Mitch said. How long are we going to keep this from the Ares 3 crew? They all think Watney's dead and it's a huge drain on them. Teddy looked to Venkat. Mitch, we discussed this. No, you discussed it, Mitch interrupted. They think they lost a crewmate and they're devastated. And what when they find out they abandoned a crewmate, Venkat? Will they feel better then? Mitch poked the table with his finger. They deserve to know. You think Commander Lewis can't handle the truth? It's a matter of morale, Venkat said. They can concentrate on getting home. I make that call, Mitch said. I'm the one who decides what's best for the crew, and I say we bring them up to speed. After a few moments of silence, all eyes turned to Teddy. He thought for a moment. Sorry, Mitch, I'm with Venkat on this one, he said. But as soon as we come up with a plan for rescue, we tell Hermes that. There needs to be some hope, or there's no point in telling them. Bullshit, Mitch grumbled, crossing his arms. Total bullshit. I know why you're upset, Teddy said calmly. We'll make it right, just as soon as we have some idea of how to save Watney. Teddy let a few seconds of quiet pass before moving on. Okay, JPL's on the rescue operation, he said with a nod towards Bruce, but it will be part of Ares 4. How does he stay alive until then, Venkat? Venkat opened a folder and glanced in the paperwork inside. I had every team check and double-check the longevity of their systems. We're pretty sure the HAB could keep working for 4 years, especially with a human occupant fixing problems as they arise. But there's no way around the food issue. We'll be starving in a year. We have to send him something. Simple as that. What about an Ares 4 pre-supply, said Teddy, and into Ares 3 instead? Well, that's what we're thinking, yeah, Venkat confirmed. The problem is, the original plan was to launch pre-supplies a year from now. They're not ready. It takes 8 months to get a probe to Mars at the best of times, and the positions of Earth and Mars right now is not the best of times. We figure we can get there in 9 months, presuming he's rationing his food. He's got at least last 350 more days. That means we need to build a pre-supply in 3 months. JPL hasn't been started. That'll be tight, Bruce said. Making a pre-supply is a 6-month process. We're set up to pipeline a bunch of them at once, not make one in a hurry. Sorry, Bruce, Teddy said. I know we're asking a lot, but you gotta find a way. We'll find a way, said Bruce, said, but the OT alone will be a nightmare. Well, get started. I'll find you the money. There's also the booster, Venkat said. The only way to get a probe to Mars with the planets at the current positions is to spend a buttload of fuel. We only have one booster capable of doing that. That's the Delta 9 that's on the pad right now for the Eagle Eye 3 Saturn probe. We'll have to steal that. I talked to ULA and they can't just make another booster in time. Well, the Eagle Eye 3 team will be pissed, but okay, said Teddy. We can delay their mission if JPL gets the payload done in time. Bruce rubbed his eyes. We'll do our best. Well, Watney will starve to death if you don't, Teddy said. Venkat sipped his coffee and frowned at his computer. A month ago, it would have been unthinkable to drink coffee after 9 p.m. Now it was necessary fuel. Shift schedules, fund allocations, project jungling, out and out looting of other projects. He'd never pulled so many stunts in his life. NASA's a large organization, he piped. It doesn't deal with sudden change. The only reason we're getting away with it is the desperate circumstances. Everyone's pulling together to save Mark Watney. No interdepartmental squabbling. Can't tell you how rare that is. Even then, this is going to cost tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. The MDV modifications alone are an entire project that's being stopped. Hopefully, the public interest will make your job easier. We appreciate your continued support, Congressman, and I hope you can sway the committee to granting us the emergency funding we need. He looked up, interrupted by a knock at his door. Looking up, he saw Mindy. She wore sweats and a t-shirt, her hair up in a sloppy ponytail. Passion tended to suffer when your work hours were long. Sorry to bother you, Mindy said. No bother, Venkat said. I could use a break. What's up? He's on the move, she said. Venkat slouched in his chair. Any chance to test drive? She shook her head. He drove straight away from the Have for almost 2 hours, then did a short EVA, then drove another 2. We think the EVA was to change batteries. Venkat sighed heavily. Maybe it's just a logger test, an overnight trip kind of thing. He's 76 kilometers from the Have, he said. For an overnight test, wouldn't he stay within walking distance? Yes, he would, Venkat said. Damn it, we've had teams run every conceivable scenario. There's just no way he can make it to Ares 4 setup. We never saw him load the oxygenator or the water reclaimer, and he can't possibly have enough basics to live long. I don't think he's going to Ares 4, Mindy said. If he is, he's taking a really weird path. Oh? Said Venkat. He went south-southwest. Chiparelli craters in the southeast. Okay, well, maybe there's hope. What's he doing right now? Recharging. He's got all the solar cells set up, Mindy said. Last time he did that, it took 12 hours, so I was going to sneak home for some sleep if that's okay. Sure, sounds good. We'll see what he does tomorrow. Maybe he'll go back to the Have. Maybe, Mindy said, unconvinced. Welcome back, Kathy said to the camera. We're chatting with Marcus Washington, U.S. Postal Service. So, Mr. Washington, I understand the Ares 3 mission caused a Postal Service first. Can you explain that to our viewers? Yeah, said Marcus. Everyone thought Mark Watney was dead for over 2 months, but in that time, the Postal Service issued a run of commemorative stamps honoring his memory. 20,000 were printed and sent to post offices around the country. And then it turned out he was alive, Kathy said. Yeah, Marcus. We don't print stamps of living people, so we stopped the run immediately and recalled the stamps. Thousands were already sold. Has this ever happened before? Kathy asked. No, not once in the history of the Postal Service. I bet they're worth a pretty penny now, Marcus chuckled. Maybe, but like I said, thousands were sold. They'll be rare, but not super. Kathy chuckled and then addressed the camera. We've been speaking with Marcus Washington of the U.S. Postal Service. If you've got a Mark Watney commemorative stamp, you might want to hold on to it. Thank you for dropping by, Mr. Washington. Thanks for having me, he said. Our next guest is Dr. Irene Shields, flight psychologist for the Ares missions. Dr. Shields, welcome to the program. Thank you, Irene said, adjusting her microphone. Do you know Mark Watney personally? Of course, Irene said. I did monthly psych evaluations for each member of the crew. Yet, what can you tell us about him, his personality, his mindset? Well, Irene said he's highly intelligent. All of them are, of course, but he's particularly resourceful and good problem solver. That may just save his life, Kathy interjected. It may indeed, Irene agreed. He's also a good-natured man, usually cheerful, with a great sense of humor. He's quick with a joke, In the months leading up to the launch, the crew was put through a grueling training schedule. They all showed signs of stress and moodiness, and Mark was no exception. But the way he showed it was to crack more jokes and get everybody laughing. He sounds like a great guy, Kathy said. He really is, Irene responded. He was chosen for the mission partly because of his personality. An Ares crew has to spend 13 months together. Social compatibility is key. Mark not only fits well into any social group, but he's the catalyst to make the group work better. It was a terrible blow to the crew when he, quote unquote, died. And they still think he's dead, right? The Ares 3 crew? Yes, they do, unfortunately, Irene confirmed. The higher-ups decided to keep it from them, at least for now. And I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision to come to. Kathy paused for a moment and said, Alright, I have to ask, what's going through his head right now? How does a man like Mark Watney respond to a situation like this? Stranded, alone, and no idea we're trying to help. There's no way to be sure, Irene said. The biggest threat is to give up hope. If he decides there's no chance to survive, we'll stop trying. Well, then we're okay for now, right? Kathy said. He seems to be working hard. He's prepping the rover for a long trip and testing it. He plans to be there when Ares 4 lands. That's one interpretation, yes, Irene said. Is there another? Irene carefully formed her answer before speaking. When facing death, people just want to be hurt. They don't want to die alone. He might just want the math radio so he can talk to another soul before. If he's lost hope, he won't care about survival. His only concern will be making it to the radio. After that, he'll probably take an easier way out than starvation. The medical supplies at Ares missions have enough morphine to be lethal. After several seconds of complete silence in the studio, Kathy turned to the camera. We'll be right. Hey, Evank. Bruce's voice came from the speakerphone on Venkat's desk. Bruce, hi, said Venkat, typing on his computer. Thanks for clearing up some time. I wanted to talk about the pre-supply. Sure thing, what's on your mind? Well, let's say we soft land it perfect. Help Mark know what happened. Don't really know where to look. Well, we've been thinking about that, said Bruce, and we got some ideas. I'm all ears, Venkat said, saving his document, closing the laptop. We'll be sending him a comm system anyway, right? We could have it turn on after landing. It'll broadcast on the rover and EVA frequencies. It'll have a strong signal, too. The rovers were only designed to communicate with the HAB and each other. The signal origin was presumed to be within 20 kilometers. The receivers aren't just very sensitive, and the EVA suits are even worse. But as long as we have a strong signal, we should be good. Once we land, the pre-supply will get us his application from satellites, then broadcast that to market so he can go get it. But he's probably not listening, said Venkat. Why would he be? Well, we have a plan for it. We're going to make a bunch of bright green ribbons, light enough to flutter around and drop, even in Mars's atmosphere. Each ribbon will have Mark, turn on your comm, printed on it. We're working on a release mechanism now, during the landing sequence, of course. Ideally about 1,000 meters above the surface. I like it, Venkat said. All he needs to do is notice me. And he's sure to check out a bright green ribbon when he sees one outside. Venk, said Bruce, if he takes the Watney mobile to Ares 4, this will all be for nothing. I mean, we can land at Ares 4 if that happens, but then he'll be without a HAB, yeah, Venkat said. One thing at a time. Let me know when you come up with a release mechanism for those ribbons. Will do. After terminating the call, Venkat opened his laptop to get back to work. There was an email from Mindy Park waiting for him. Watney's on the move again. Still going in a straight line, Mindy said, pointing at her monitor. I see, Venkat said. He sure as hell's not going to Ares 4, unless he's going around some natural obstacle. I mean, there's nothing for him to go around, Mindy said. It's Acidelia Promethean. Are those the solar cells? Venkat asked, pointing at the screen. Yeah, He did the usual 2 hour drive, EVA 2 hour drive. He's 156 kilometers from the hat now. They both peered at the screen. Wait, Venkat said. Wait, no way. What? Mindy asked. Venkat grabbed a pad of post-its and a pen. Give me his location and the location of the hat. Mindy checked her screen. He's currently at 28.9 degrees north, 29.6 degrees west. With a few keystrokes, she brought up another file. The halves at 31.2 north and 28.5 west. What do you see? Venkat finished taking down the numbers and said, Come with me, quickly walking out. Minnie stammered, following after. Where are we going? The SATCOM break room. Matt said, You guys still have that map of Mars on the wall, right? I'm sure, Minnie said, but it's just the poster from the gift shop. I've got high-quality digital maps on my computer. No, I can't draw on those. Then rounding the corner to the break room, he pointed to the Mars map on the wall. Can draw on that. The break room was empty, save for a computer tech sipping a cup of coffee. He looked up in alarm when Venkat and Mindy stormed in. Oh, good, it has latitude-longitude lines, Venkat said. Looking at his post-it note and sliding his finger along the map, he drew an X. That's the hat, I said. Hey, the technician said, Are you drawing on our poster? I'll buy you a new one, Venkat said without looking back. Then he drew another X. That's his current location. Give me a ruler. Mindy looked left and right. Seeing no ruler, grabbed the tech's notebook. Hey, the tech protested. Using the notebook as a straight edge, Venkat drew a line from the hab to Mark's location and beyond and took a step. Yep, that's where he's going, Venkat said excitedly. Oh, Mindy said. The line passed through the exact center of a bright yellow dot printed on the map. Pathfinder, Mindy said. He's going to Pathfinder. Yep, Venkat said. Now we're getting some. It's like 800 kilometers for him, and he can get there and back with the supplies on hand. And then he can bring back Pathfinder and the Sojourner rover back with him, Mindy added. Venkat pulled out his cell phone. We lost contact with Pathfinder in 97. If he can get it online again, we can communicate. We might just need the solar cells. Even if he's got a bigger problem, he's the damn engineer. Dialing, he added, fixing things is his goddamn job. Smiling for what felt like the first time in weeks, he held the phone to his ear and awaited a response. Bruce, it's Venkat. Everything just changed. Watney's heading for Pathfinder. Yeah, I know, right? Dig up everyone who was on that project and get them back into JPL now. I'll catch the next flight. Hanging up, he grinned at the map. Mark, you sneaky, clever son of a bitch. And that's the end of chapter 8. Am I gonna have to do one of these every Sunday? We don't have to do. Is that what I'm getting from the responses of no coming into my ear? So I got 2 votes for continuing the Martian, whether that's on stream or not. Alright. Fuck. Oh, sorry. Yeah. There was an entire conversation before that started, and she was already asleep. Right. We will. What I'll do is I will put a thing in the Discord and on Twitter, see if people want me to continue doing this. And if they do, I'll do it on stream and find time. Probably after D&D. Well, yeah, which is technically after D&D. But that officially finishes this terrible, terrible idea. Let's see, do I on right now? I got Amazon right now, please. Okay. My jaw. That is the single most I have ever taught of my country. So, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. Sometime in the next 2 weeks, I'll start the Elden Ring crap. I went in and did all the audio settings and whatnot earlier today, so it's cool. I do want to try to start streaming again more often, because I like streaming time. But thank you all for coming and hanging out. Louisa, Marl, Walt, thank you very much for the follows. And have a good night, day, evening, whatever your current temporal reality is. Love you guys. Good night.